Record. Now, I on asking these might be super. Fire code here, so we will have to
Pay attention to that. I see an empty seat up here. I see an empty seat over here. I see an empty seat there. I see an empty seat there. So the folks that are standing, maybe you can come and take one of those seats. Oh. And there are also chairs in the lobby as well, with speakers in there.
Oh, yeah, but the reality is that they would do that in form.
All right, let's get started. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the regular meeting of the San Rafael City Council. Today is Monday, November 17th, 2025. I'll request the city clerk to call the roll.
Vice Mayor Bushy. Present. Councilmember Hill is absent. Councilmember Kurtz.
Present.
Councilmember Yeden Scolati.
Present.
Mayor Kate.
Present. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. Whether you're here in person, which there are quite a few of you, or tuning in online, thank you for joining us. Before we begin, I always like to express my deep gratitude for our city employees. The work they do, often behind the scenes, is what keeps San Rafael running every day. They answer our emails, they fill our potholes, they respond to emergencies, and they do so much more. So thank you for the entire team for all that you do for our city. So tonight's agenda items might have brought out folks who may be attending a city council meeting for the first time. So welcome. I know it can feel a little intimidating, so I want to offer a quick overview of how our meetings work. We follow the agenda as noticed. There's a copy out there on the table. When we reach an item, staff will begin with a presentation and then a recommendation. After that, council members ask clarifying questions, and then I open it up for public comment, where members of the public can speak up to 2 minutes each to offer their input and ask questions. And that will just run beginning to end on that item. Once all the public comment has been received, staff will then follow up and respond to any questions or provide clarifications that arose. And council may ask follow-up questions. And then finally, the council will share their thoughts publicly before taking any votes. So as your mayor, my role is to facilitate a fair and respectful process, one where everyone feels safe to speak, even when opinions differ. I ask that we all help together to create an environment where that is possible. In some venues, people cheer or even jeer to show how they feel. Here, in this chamber, we found that using the American Sign Language gesture for applause, which is this, works great. It's a great way to show support. We can see it up here, and it doesn't make the room intimidating to others who might want to make comments. San Rafael is at best when people participate, ask questions, and listen with respect. So thank you for being here tonight and a part of tonight's process. Before we begin our business meeting, we always include a land acknowledgement. This statement complements the ongoing collaboration and ongoing work that we do with the tribe. We thank the original caretakers of this land. San Rafael is traditionally home to the Coast Miwok people, many of whom today are tribal citizens of the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria, and we honor their continuing involvement in stewardship practices that benefit us all. I will now turn it over to the city clerk, who will share how members can participate in tonight's meeting. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. Tonight's meeting is being recorded and streamed live to YouTube. For members of the public wishing to provide public comment, displayed on the podium and the projector is a timer to help you stay within the 2-minute time frame. You're invited, though not required, to introduce yourself and say what part of San Rafael you live in or if you're from outside of San Rafael. Viewers may request a reasonable accommodation to provide public comments virtually. For more information about that, or if you're experiencing any technical difficulties, you can email me at city.clerk@cityofsanrafael.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first item this evening is the city manager and council member reports. I'll turn to our city manager, Christina Lilovich, for her report.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. Good evening, members of the council and the community. An exciting announcement. This past Saturday, the Trust for Public Land announced that the final funding was secured to acquire the property at 620 Canal Street. This is a really big deal. It's a 30-year priority for the community. Eventually, the site will become a waterfront park, and eventually, with a lot more funding, there will be a pedestrian bridge connecting the canal to Montecito to the other side of the canal. I want to thank the Trust for Public Land for their support and spearheading the work for the partnership of the Canal Alliance. It's a true testament to the power of cross-sector partnerships, also to the County of Marin and to the Marin Community Foundation for their financial contributions, for which this property acquisition would not be possible if it were not for their generosity. So it's really exciting to celebrate that tonight. There are two upcoming public meetings. Tomorrow evening, the Planning Commission in the council chambers here at 7 p.m. And then also on Wednesday, November 19th, is the Police Advisory and Accountability Committee also in the chambers. There's an opportunity for the community to give input on the San Rafael's Bike and Pedestrian Plan. Public Works released that draft that includes a list of the top 20 projects that will prioritize active transportation improvements over the next 5 to 10 years. There are two community meetings coming up to provide input. One is also on Wednesday, the 19th from 5:30 to 7:30. That's in person at the San Rafael Community Center on V Street. And then on Thursday, December 4th, there's a virtual meeting via Zoom from noon to 1. Just a reminder with the wet weather and the storm prep that the city does have a variety of resources available to support your preparedness. You can go to the city's website and just search for flooding, and you can look for sandbag locations and storm updates throughout the season. Also a reminder to sign up for Alert Marin to receive emergency alerts and warnings by phone, email, or text. And then the holiday events are coming up. So we've got Holiday of Lights, Winter Wonderland is November 28th from 5 to 7 in the downtown plaza across from San Rafael Joe's. It will be a very festive holiday tree, lighting, drinks, twinkle lights, lots of stuff for the kids to do. And then the Sunday, December 21st at 6:30 p.m. also in the plaza is the Gelt Drop and the menorah lighting. I also want to promote the Shop Small Saturday, which is November 29th, all day in downtown San Rafael, support our local businesses. And just a reminder that we've got 3-hour free parking in the lots, in the garage lots from November 29th to January 4th, and the weekends are free as always. Reminder, City Hall will be closed for Thanksgiving on the 27th and then the 28th as well. 911 emergency services are always open. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn to my colleagues to report out. Vice Mayor Bushy.
Thank you. I attended a meeting of the Central Marin Sanitation Agency Board. We received our annual financial report as well as our audit from our financial auditor. And I'm happy to say that the financial statement showed that CMSA remains on strong financial footing and our audit was a clean audit. I also was pleased to assist the mayor at the Point San Pedro Road Coalition's meeting on Saturday, presenting an update on topics of interest to that organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
I attended the San Rafael Chamber Women of Industry event, and congratulations to Micah, who was part of the panel, and was one of the honored guests with Mayor Kate and Councilmember Bushy. We attended the ribbon cutting at Aldersley. We had our council session on the Marydale project at the JCC. Attended the Homeless Policy Steering Committee that is held at the county with discussion on the impact of housing vouchers, if those are not going to come through, what that would look like for Marin. And then we had our city council retreat.
Thank you. Councilmember Yorenz Gulati.
Thank you. Yes, as Councilmember Kurtz mentioned, I attended also the Chamber of Commerce Women of Industry Awards as a great event, and I was very honored to be one of the panelists. Also attended a tour of the Canal Street, looking at the property that we just acquired. So I'm really excited to be able to, long-term, being able to develop that into a bridge, which is what the community has been asking for a long time. And then finally, I had a meeting with Supervisor Dennis Rodoni, just our quarterly check-in. So
Thank you. In addition to the meetings that were already mentioned, I was delighted to host the Girl Scouts from Sun Valley School here, fifth graders that wanted to learn about local government as part of their badge. And in addition, this morning, along with Chief Spiller and Lieutenant Behringer, we attended our Gun Safety Collaborative meeting, which is part of the DA, the District Attorney. It is a collaborative effort that has been around for several years to reduce gun violence in our community, and particularly we have focused on gun violence restraining orders. There is a new website, so if you go to go to the internet and put in Gun Safety Collaborative Marin County DA, you'll see the website with all of the data there and the work that's being done in our community to keep each other safe from gun violence. So thank you as always for the work that you all do between the meetings. Before you go to the consent agenda, I will take public comments on the city manager and council member reports. If you'd like to make a public comment, now would be your turn.
Is this on the minutes? In the
It's not on the minute,
no,
it's on
okay,
the
I'll-
city manager, it's on what you just heard. Not seen in public comment, I'll close the public comment and now come to the consent agenda. So hold on a moment, hold on 1 second. Is there any item that the council would like to pull or hold from the consent agenda?
I would like to pull the G, Shop San Rafael proclamation. Just a comment,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, but we will go ahead and receive all of, so we'll vote on it separately. But at this point, I will open public comment actually on all items on the consent agenda. That's items 4A through 4G. Now is your chance.
Thank you. Ken Dickinson, I live in San Rafael Meadows. I'd like to ask about the November 6th meeting minutes. It's a point of clarification from a notice about the listening session and informational meeting. That's how it was billed as a city council meeting. In the notice you have, or in the minutes, you say, in compliance with the Brown Act, city council members will not engage in dialogue or respond to questions during the meeting. But the mayor and the city council members in that informational meeting did engage with the public and have a dialogue with them. My neighbor told me specifically he went up to you, Mayor Kate, and talked to you, and you talked back to him. Does that mean you're out of compliance with the Brown Act? Perhaps we could have an answer about that. All right. Oh, just let me add too, that meeting was not really initiated by the county. I wrote you a letter on October the 16th, the day after the press conference, demanding a meeting for the neighborhood to talk face-to-face in a roundtable setting about the press conference you held the day before. And initially you agreed to that at 350 Murraydale, and that was disclosed to us through the Public Records Act. We have that information. But then suddenly it ended up at the JCC, and it was not the meeting we had asked for. It was more like an expo, like a trade show meeting. So we were all a little bit confused about that. So really the city only put up one meeting, which was the webinar on October the 28th, and gave no other opportunities for meeting other than one we demanded. All right, thanks so much.
And a shout out to the community using the ACL applause, American Sign Language. I am super proud of you guys. Thank you for that, because we all could see, so thank you. Any other comments on the consent calendar before I close the public comment? Closing the public comment on this item. City Attorney, I'll turn to you to respond to the public input we just received.
In response to Mr. Dickinson, I'm aware of no information to suggest that the minutes proposed for adoption are inaccurate.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the council. And as item, did you want to make a comment on 4G? Do you want to be voted on separately? What do you would?
I would just like to make a comment.
Okay, go ahead and make a comment.
Okay, so I just wanted to make a comment about item G, Shop San Rafael proclamation. I'm really excited about this because these are our small local businesses, and I really want to encourage everybody to support them in order to have a vitality. And so it's just like a big shout out. This is on Saturday, and I know City Manager was talking about it, but I think this is something that we should do every day of the year. So just my little comment about that. And with that, I can make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
I'm sorry, did you say aye?
She said
Aye. Councilmember Kurtz,
Aye.
Yes, I'm trying to.
Councilmember Eden Scolati,
aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. Our next agenda item is 5A, the Ralph M. Brown Act compliance. I will turn over to our city attorney. That item, is that correct?
That's correct. Good evening, Mayor Kate, members of the council, members of the community. As I'm beginning, you'll note Chief Assistant City Attorney Andrea Vishwara approaching the staff table here. Andrea's worked with me on this staff report and throughout our advice to the city on the 350 Marydale matter. Also present this evening is Deputy City Attorney Catherine Kassmeyer. So I'll be presenting the staff report, but Andrea's here to help me as needed to answer questions or to elbow me if I'm getting something wrong. There are many laws that govern cities, including the Brown Act, the Public Records Act, the Political Reform Act, public contracting laws, municipal labor laws, and more. But tonight's subject is the Brown Act, particularly as it applies to the next item on the agenda, the proposed acquisition of the 350 Marydale property for an interim homeless shelter proposed and as a site for a future affordable housing development proposed. I am discussing the item tonight because a lawsuit was recently filed by our last speaker, Mr. Dickinson, and other plaintiffs alleging the city violated the law in connection with closed sessions that were conducted during the past year. So the case was filed, and on Friday, there was a court hearing in the case on very short notice, ex parte, it's called. The plaintiffs asked the judge to issue an order stopping the city council from voting on the 350 Marydale matter tonight, and the judge denied the plaintiffs' request. This means that the item can go forward tonight. The city council will therefore have the opportunity tonight to make a decision about the various 350 Marydale proposals after it hears from those members of the public who wish to address the council tonight. And I'll add that I'm aware that there has been voluminous correspondence received. The city clerk has kept it, distributed it. It's all a part of the administrative record, all a part of the staff report. And based upon my experience with this council, I'm confident that it's been reviewed, but I'm sure the council will be referencing that when council members make their remarks. But before the council hears the 350 Marydale item, we have this item. Our office has prepared a resolution, and much to my dismay and to Andrea's dismay in about 2 seconds, there's a typographical error in the second line of the title of the resolution where it says desist instead of desist. So when you vote the resolution, if someone makes a motion to adopt it, please correct the spelling of that word. The rest of it, I'm pretty confident, is correct. We were working a lot on the body of the resolution, and we didn't go back and catch that typo. But correcting the typo, the resolution reads, Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Rafael responding to a cease and desist demand dated November 3rd, 2025, with an unconditional promise without admitting any violation of the Brown Act to cease and desist certain conduct pursuant to Government Code Section 54650.2 subsection C. So what does all that mean? This resolution specifically authorized by the Brown Act that I'm about to describe has this effect. If the council follows my advice, our advice, and votes to adopt the resolution, the law will require that the plaintiff's lawsuit be dismissed immediately with no further proceedings. It's important, though, in this context where we've received so much communication about this subject and the way this matter's been handled, to talk a little bit about the Brown Act and its purpose. It was enacted more than 70 years ago. The key parts of the act have not changed since then. In the very first part of the Brown Act, the legislature announcing the intent of the law said, quote, "The people of this state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people, in delegating authority, do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know." The Brown Act mandates government transparency. The law requires the city to publish an agenda for every regular public meeting at least 72 hours prior to the meeting. The city must receive public comment on every agenda item before the city council conducts its deliberation and vote. In partnership with the city clerk, our office provides advice to the city as to how to comply with the law, including the Brown Act. The Brown Act provides an exception to the general rule that all meetings must be conducted openly. The exception is called a, quote, closed session. A closed session is a meeting conducted in private without the attendance of the public or press. A legislative body is authorized to meet in closed session only to the extent expressly authorized by the Brown Act. It is not enough that a subject is sensitive or controversial. Without specific authority in the Brown Act for a closed session, matters to be considered by the City Council must be discussed in public. The plaintiffs in the 350 Marydale lawsuit are 100% correct in alleging that the city conducted a number of closed sessions regarding the real estate negotiations prior to tonight's public meeting. They are wrong, however, in their claim that the City Council made a decision in any closed session regarding 350 Marydale. The City Council has not decided to acquire the property or put the property to any particular use. How do I know this? Our office attended every single one of the 350 Marydale closed sessions. The city attorney's office always attends every closed session. And as I just said, the City Council has not voted to approve the 350 Marydale acquisition, the proposed interim homeless shelter, or any other aspect of the proposal. That vote won't happen until the item is heard tonight, after the staff report and after the City Council's questions to staff, and after the period for public comment is open, and after as many people who desire to speak tonight have an opportunity to address the council, and the mayor at the conclusion of public comment closes the public comment, and after the staff has an opportunity to address any matters that have arisen during the period of public comment. Following that, not until after the council has a chance to discuss and deliberate the item, and then each of them individually explaining how they plan to vote, why they plan to vote, however they ultimately decide they choose to vote, and then voting on the item. That will be the time that the City Council makes a decision on this matter. There has been no prior decision on the Marydale proposal. I want to address a press conference, and I just heard someone in the audience mention it, and I was just getting to the press conference, so let me address it now. Mr. Dickinson and the other plaintiffs in the 350 Marydale lawsuit have complained about a press conference that the city conducted on October 15th. They point to comments made by Mayor Kate at that press conference as proof that the city purportedly voted and decided in closed sessions on the Marydale proposal. I did not attend the October 15th press conference, and no one sought advice from my office about Mayor Kate's comments before they were delivered. If I had been given the opportunity, I would have recommended that the press conference be handled differently. I have watched the video, and having now seen it, I appreciate why the plaintiffs in the lawsuit and other members of the public may believe that the 350 Marydale decision has already occurred. As I just explained, respectfully, their belief is 100% incorrect, but it is entirely understandable and it's unfortunate. Turning to the resolution that is now before the City Council and to explain the resolution and what the law provides. The government code section that I just referenced, and again, for those who like looking things up, it's 54960.2 subsection C. It states that when someone alleges a violation of the Brown Act, the city may respond by adopting a resolution stating, quote, an unconditional commitment to cease, desist from, and not repeat the past action that is alleged to violate this chapter, end quote. The written staff report attaches the plaintiff attorney's letter. That's Mr. Boylan, who wrote us a lengthy letter representing Mr. Dickinson and the other plaintiffs. And Mr. Boylan actually requested that this resolution that we're recommending now be adopted tonight. So if the council acts in the way that we're recommending, we'll be doing exactly what Mr. Boylan asked that we do. The proposed resolution is attached as a second exhibit to the staff report. Mr. Boylan's letter is the first exhibit to the staff report. The resolution states, as the law provides, that the city admits no violation of the Brown Act. Why? As I said, contrary to the allegations made in the lawsuit, the City Council has made no decision regarding any aspect of 350 Marydale, yet, as I also just said, I understand why some may feel that way given what occurred at the October 15th press conference. The resolution also promises that the city will cease and desist and not repeat the action that is described and challenged in Mr. Boylan's letter. This is also correct because there are no plans that I am aware of to conduct future closed sessions about the items complained of in the attorney's letter, nor are there any plans to conduct any more press conferences. In short, adopting the resolution makes clear that the City Council has not made a decision regarding 350 Marydale and that going forward, the city intends to follow the law. Hopefully, the City Council's adoption of the resolution will provide clarity before the substantive public hearing on 350 Marydale, the next item tonight. The primary benefit of the resolution that I referenced a few moments ago is this. If the council votes to adopt the resolution, Mr. Dickinson and the other plaintiffs' lawsuit must be dismissed with prejudice. That's what it says in the Brown Act provision cited by Mr. Boylan. Let me repeat that. Under that government code section, cited by Mr. Boylan, the plaintiff's attorney who requested this very resolution, if the council adopts the resolution, the lawsuit should immediately be dismissed, meaning it should be terminated with no further proceedings. That concludes my staff report, and I'm prepared to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, City Attorney. Any questions? Okay, not seeing any questions. I'll open up public comment on this item. If you'd like to make public comment, now is your opportunity.
I would.
So the
No.
public comment is on what you just heard, the staff report that you just heard.
Ken Dickinson, San Rafael Meadows. I appreciate the attorney's theatrical display here tonight. I should know I have exactly 120 seconds to respond to this. So you have a second typo in that document that you missed. I'll read it to you. On November the 3rd, 2025, several city officials received a letter from attorney Nicholas Boylan on behalf of Ken Dickinson, an ad hoc citizens organization calling itself Marin Citizens for Solutions, No Secrecy. But actually it's from Marin Citizen Solutions, Not Secrecy. So you've got a second typo in there. And then this is not exactly a lawsuit. It's a cure and correct letter. That's what it is. Not a lawsuit. We didn't file a lawsuit. The cure and correct letter gives you an opportunity to correct the violation. So I think he's a little bit confused about that, the way he described it. And then it's, you know, we did file an injunction, which has nothing to do with this, that is going to be heard by the judge on November the 24th. And so he's correct. You can vote this in tonight. You can do that, but you can't sign it. The judge forbids you from signing it until she hears it again on November the 24th. You've already got the sellers to sign it already ahead of time. If you look at the agenda packet, you'll see they've all signed it there. And your agent signed it on October the 8th. That's when your agent signed it. And it's all in the documents. You can go and look at it. You can see it's available to anybody to see. So I'd like to ask the gentleman, he might like to speak again and clear up some of the misconceptions that he delivered to the audience here just a few minutes ago. Thank you.
So just to clarify, and I so appreciate the waving hand. You guys are really making a really good situation. So just to clarify, any questions that come through, we write them all down, staff writes them all down, and if there's any clarification, that will happen, not after each speaker, but at the very end of public comment. Go ahead, sir.
I'm gonna, I've written out my, and I'm gonna hand it to the clerk. My name is Gregory Andrew. I live in San Rafael, and I am here with Citizens Against Secrecy. The resolution before the City Council on this item states, the city hereby rescinds any action taken prior to November 16th, accepting the Planning Commission meeting of November 4th. I encourage the City Council to approve the resolution. By so doing, all actions taken by the city prior to November 16th, except the one noted, are rescinded and therefore negated, voided. This prevents the City Council from taking any action on item 6 because the City Council will have no basis or information on which to make a decision about the actions in item 6. Rescinding all actions voids all information gathered, including voiding the negotiations on price and terms of the purchase of 350 Merridale, any grant agreement, and any plans for proceeding with the homeless shelter project. And I will add that I received a communication from the city regarding the closed section negotiations that says, quote, the parties have completed their negotiations as to the price and terms of the payment for the property. Staff are currently negotiating the documents to be executed based on the direction given by the council. Direction given by the council. Thank you.
Any other comments on this item? Okay.
Hello, Mayor Kate, council people, staff. Am I allowed to give a positive comment? Is this the time?
You can give whatever comments you want on the item before us.
Okay, great. My name is Molly Blavelt, and I am here as a citizen of Santa Fe and a member of Bret Hart neighborhood right up the street from the Mahone Creek and current homeless housing and tents. I'm here to speak in full support of the 350 Marydale Tiny Homes project. I think it's a great idea, and it's the next natural step on a project that we all know works. Housing works to resolve the problem of homelessness. I won't state the facts and figures because those can be looked up and I might not have the final updates. But I am very proud of our city for stepping forward and finding resolutions as opposed to many other cities in in Marin. These people are our neighbors. These people, quote unquote, have been failed by systems, healthcare to housing to human services meant to protect them, to protect all of us. I feel strongly housing should be a human right. The economic argument is just as strong as the moral one. Again, housing is the solution. This is a project that many of us in our city has been looking for many years. And the fact that they found a site, and it's a great site in my opinion, it's the net. Well, actually, my neighborhood is surrounded by the homelessness situation, so I know from what I speak.
Ms. Blobeld, if you could just continue your
Anyway.
comments to us.
We have seen Mahone Creek Parkway work. It has been difficult to live with. We were not asked in advance permission either about it, but it works, and it is the pathway to shelter and sanity and a step forward for many people. And I think this 350 Marydale, the tiny homes, is the way to go. So thank you very much. I really appreciate this project.
Thank you for your comment. So right now and always, we hope that people adhere to the agenda item. So that is really the next item. So we're right now accepting items. Always take any input, but it's on the presentation that the city attorney just did. So if you have comments on that, there'll be
Sorry,
plenty of time on 350
You're
Marydale.
not clear about it, but I wanted to speak to what she spoke to, so I stood up.
So really, it's the next
So I
item.
want to ask the people.
Excuse me, if you could direct our
That's fine.
comments to us.
You would ask for the decorum that you spoke about, because I just find this quite intimidating.
It is very intimidating.
And so I would like to ask people to just be civilized about this.
Thank you.
Okay, should I wait?
If you
Is that
could
what you're
wait,
saying?
because we're really talking about the item that the
Okay.
city attorney just spoke of. So thank you for the clarification. I know it's a lot. As I said, it's the first time meeting. So if you would like to comment on the city attorney's presentation, and then pull up the things so we can hear it. Thank you.
My name is Patricia Lindstadt. I live on Marydale Road. I walk in the meadows. I live just a block above the meadows towards North San Pedro. I live in a townhouse. I walk in the meadows all the time. I was involved in homeless services in Berkeley years ago. I've been intimately involved in homeless services, and I am shocked that no community involvement has occurred in this proposal. I am shocked as a person who appreciates the meadows and the security of my street that no community involvement has been, that this thing hasn't been heard out, that the community hasn't been asked to give their opinion. I am shocked. And all I can think is on the other side of the Civic Center, as you go down North San Pedro Road, this thing wouldn't have happened because that's a more affluent, even area. So I am surprised and shocked, and I plead with you to please, if you want this thing to work, involve the community. Thank you.
Are there any other comments on the Ralph M. Brown Act? There'll be plenty of time in addition for people's input on 350 Marydale. Okay, not seeing any. I'm going to close the public comment on that and bring it back. There were some inquiries. Anything that you wanted to clarify on some of the
Yeah,
public input?
I'll
you
make
heard?
a couple of comments. First, with apologies, it's an occupational disease. This is how I talk. I talk the same way all the time. This is how I read a shopping list. This is me. So in response to Mr. Dickinson, there is a lawsuit pending. That's why we were in court on Friday. So I'm not clear. We could just, I think our comments are passing one another. There was a letter that I described that's attached to the staff report as the first exhibit, and there is a lawsuit pending, and there was a court order. that was made that allows the matter to go forward tonight and that defers signature until the 24th. If the council decides to adopt the proposals made on the next item. As to the typographical error, I absolutely own the first one. The second one I can't locate, so I'll defer to the city clerk on that. But where we have the no and the not, I'm looking at the online version, and again, we seem to be talking past each other. With respect to the agent's signature on a document, it's a signature of a real estate agent. It's not binding any more than any real estate agent's signature is binding. It's an agent's signature. And by binding, I mean it's not enforceable. There's no enforceable agreement at this juncture. To my old friend Greg Andrews, who mentioned that there shouldn't be a vote because the city has no information. If the city council chooses to adopt the resolution, adopting the resolution is not consistent with the idea that there would be no information upon which to act on the next item. There is voluminous information before you that you may consider in deciding whether to act on the next item. Lengthy written staff report, tons of written public comment. I anticipate more oral public comment this evening and an oral staff report that you'll receive. And then finally, with respect to the communication that Greg received regarding direction given by the council, as the Brown Act contemplates with real estate negotiations, the city council is entitled to give direction in closed session, but not to vote the matter. And so here, the direction was to bring this matter to a public meeting for a vote in public. That's what's happening tonight. May I have one moment, please, Mayor Kate? Nothing further.
Thank you. Is there any additional questions from members of the council? Not seeing any. I would entertain a motion on this item with the modification that was presented, if you so choose.
I move that we adopt the resolution with the correction, responding to a cease and desist demand dated November 3rd, 2025, with an unconditional promise, without admitting any violation of the Brown Act, to cease and desist certain conduct pursuant to Government Code Section 54650.2 subsection C.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Eden Scalati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. The next item, there are quite a few resolutions, but we're having a public hearing on the declaration of a shelter crisis and approval of related actions and acquisition of the property located at 350 Marydale Road for use as an interim shelter and affordable housing. And I will turn it over to our city manager, Lilovich.
Sure, Mayor, the agenda item cannot proceed tonight. The county publicly
Matt.
emailed state officials that the media on the 8th of October, the city had already acquired the property on 350 Marydale. The decision was already made, whether you can say it was or not. The vote is not real deliberation. I am formally requesting that item 6A be continued until the discrepancy is explained.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I would have waited till public comment to have your comments. So we're going to continue with the staff report and you may make those comments at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. John's going to run the slides for me. I'm going to kick us off and start. Go ahead to the next slide. Can you turn it a little bit for me, John? It's not coming up. Yeah. I want to start by clarifying what we're doing this evening and then also what is not on the agenda for council's consideration. Staff are recommending that the council declare a shelter crisis and adopt related regulations to advance the development of interim shelter. Staff are recommending that the council enter into a grant agreement and affordable housing agreement with the County of Marin for interim shelter and affordable housing development, and execute a purchase and sale agreement for the property at 350 Marydale. The things that there are no council action on this evening are related to community input on the interim shelter site plan, operational programmatic details, including procurement of cabins and security, the good neighbor policy, and permanent affordable housing development. If the council were to approve the items on your agenda this evening, we would continue with community meetings, one on December 9th in the evening, another on January 14th, where we would be asking for input from the community on all of those items listed above. Can you get it for me? It didn't come through. So why interim shelter? And we're reminded of this week with the inclement weather. It's been difficult on folks who are camping outside. No one should have to suffer on our streets. An interim shelter is a solution that restores dignity for our unhoused, most vulnerable neighbors who desperately need our help. You can't rebuild your life while trying to survive outdoors. Shelter offers stability and a safe place for people to heal and move on to their path of housing. This is a foundation for real progress. An interim shelter program offers consistent case management services and treatment options, and it's a bridge to permanent housing. A safe, service-rich, and well-managed program leads to lasting outcomes for individuals and for San Rafael as a whole. I want to speak a little bit about the San Rafael's response to homelessness over the last more than a decade, just to provide some context from where we've been. The council created a homelessness subcommittee in 2012 to coordinate efforts and reduce the unsheltered homelessness population. In 2013, the council adopted a homeless action plan, and the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund has invested more than $3 million for permanent supportive housing developments such as Casa Canal at 3301 Kerner and Jonathan's Place. The city also has invested $775,000 in our SAFE team, which is a mobile mental health crisis response unit. Next, I want to speak to the city and county partnership. And I noticed that County Executive Derek Johnson is in the audience. I want to start by thanking him and for his team for the work we've put in together to develop a partnership that is the foundation of this work and why we're here this evening. We've been working to identify creative solutions around the lack of shelter space and the need for interim shelter. We received a $6 million encampment resolution fund, around 3 grant. We participated in a 50-50 cost share program to support a housing-based case manager. We've had a few public meetings on the topic of interim shelter. On October the 14th, we held a joint public city-county housing and homelessness subcommittee. That was Supervisor Sackett and Supervisor Lucan, Mayor Kate and Councilmember Kurtz, who are on the city's homelessness subcommittee. On November 4th, we came to the council with a cooperative agreement. This was between the city and the county, which included how we would work together to administer those grant funds, as well as prepare for the interim shelter phase of the project. And then on April 18th, there was another joint public city-county housing homelessness subcommittee meeting. It takes a long time to build permanent supportive housing. This is another reason why there is a critical need for interim shelter. There's 264 unsheltered individuals living on our streets right now. We have piloted some successful programs in the past that we are leaning on in preparation for an interim shelter solution. In 2021, there was a support services area. Out of the 47 participants, 31 of them were housed. In 2023, we had a study session, a council study session, which is a public meeting on interim shelter, where the council established site selection criteria and asked staff to go try to find a site appropriate for interim shelter. The Mahone Creek sanctioned camping area that opened in 2024, so far 8 participants have been housed. We had a lot of community concerns about the sanctioned camping area as we were preparing to open it. A lot of local businesses and neighbors, and we spent a lot of time addressing those concerns fairly successfully. We've seen, you'll hear from the staff, kind of the reductions in calls for service in that area since it's open because of the security and program support that's on site. I also want to mention that there's alignment with council policies and goals The city council strategic plan has specific items exploring interim shelter. That's a 3-year strategic plan. Back to the general plan housing element, which is a document adopted in 2023. Oh, there's specific direction to reduce homelessness by transitioning unsheltered into permanent housing, creating housing at all affordability levels, and creating affordable housing opportunities in all parts of the city, as well improving housing stability for all San Rafael residents. I also wanted to take a quick pause and speak to the council manager form of government. Just to clarify, because there's been some questions about, well, what's the council's role in this, and what's the staff's role in this? So the elected officials in this form of government, the mayor and council, they're really policymakers in this space. They adopt strategic plans and annual goals, approve the city budget, pass ordinances, resolutions, and policy framework that establish the rules and standards and expectations for city services and community outcomes. In addition to engaging the community through meetings, public hearings, listening sessions to understand their needs and ensure priorities reflect resident input, the city manager the council provides policy level direction to the city manager, who then implements those policies, operationalizes them, and oversees all day-to-day city operations. So what we're here tonight is to receive policy direction from the council. The timeline of community engagement, just to go back for a minute, on October 10th and 13th, staff did some outreach. We're able to connect with 121 households and 23 nearby businesses. On October the 15th, there was a public announcement of the potential purchase and proposed land use for the site. On October 28th, we hosted a webinar. About approximately 200 people attended. And we received a lot of community input. And then on November 6th, there was an in-person publicly noticed special city council meeting offering the opportunity for residents to provide their feedback directly to city council members. So what we've heard so far, concerns about safety along the smart pathway, illegal dumping, loitering, parking, neighborhood safety and security in general, questions about how the site will operate day to day, who will live there and what the rules will be, concerns about new encampments that could pop up around the interim shelter in the neighborhood, and a preference to have had the opportunity to provide input earlier and want more opportunities to provide community input. So we've taken all that input into consideration, as well as public comment, as well as phone calls and conversations we've had with community members over the last few weeks. So based on that input, we've made some revisions. The preliminary site design will include a main entrance at 3833 Redwood Highway rather than on 350 Marydale Road. There will have to be emergency access, but there will not be in and out for the participants of the program on the Marydale side. Registered sex offenders will not be eligible to participate in the program. Proposed camping ordinance, there will be a proposed camping ordinance coming forward to the city council in the spring to prohibit camping in the immediate vicinity and within 2,000 feet of the interim shelter site. Plans are being developed for staff to address the concerns about increased RV or car overnight parking. That will also include targeted parking enforcement. And then the police department special homeless outreach unit, who's responsible for camping, ordinance enforcement, as well as outreach to the homeless, will have an office space and will have a consistent presence on site. Lastly, revisions based on community input. We've revised the Good Neighbor policy to include specific requests such as no loitering permitted outside the property or in nearby neighborhoods, no loitering on smart-owned property. Alcohol and illegal substance use will be prohibited on site. Quiet hours will be enforced 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Designated points of contact available 24/7 for community concerns. Adding lighting and security systems maintained to ensure visibility and safety. And visitors must be approved and are only allowed during designated hours. So I want to introduce Lynn Murphy, who's our homelessness outreach coordinator, who is quite a hero in supporting and many, many unhoused folks in our community get into housing. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you, City Manager. My name is Lynn Murphy. I'm the mental health liaison at the San Rafael Police Department. It's an honor to be here presenting to you, Madam Mayor and City Council. The slide that you have in front of you is probably something that many of you have already seen. It's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's a psychological theory outlining the 5 human needs that we all need in order to lead fulfilling lives. As you can see, at the very base of the hierarchy is the need for physiological essentials such as food, clothing, shelter, air, and water. Okay. Okay. Well, the details of each level are not that important. I'm going to highlight the basics. The second level.
Please let Lynn continue. She will read the slide for those that can't see it. Thank you.
Okay. Bottom of the hierarchy, physiological needs. I will read it word for word. Breathing, food, water, shelter, clothing, sleep. Next level up in orange is the need for safety. Safety around your health, employment, your property, your family, and social stability. Once those essential needs are met, a human being can then strive to achieve the higher levels, which are in yellow, love and belonging, in green, self-esteem, a sense of purpose, and at the highest part of the hierarchy in blue is self-actualization, which is that you feel that you have actually discovered your place in the world. You feel like you are doing what you are meant to be doing, and you feel acceptance from your peers, from your community, and you're living a fulfilled life. By providing for the most essential human needs of safety and physiological needs, we're allowing people to become the people that they are meant to be. And we have seen this successfully work at our sanctioned camping area at Mahone Creek Path. When people have a place to lay their head where they know that they are not going to be attacked, they know that their property is safe, they know that there is security looking out for them, they know that there's a program manager or a case manager on site that they can go talk to if they got news that a family member is hurting. It's available 24/7. Once they have that feeling of safety and security, we see them grow. Not only are these most essential needs met, they have an address. For many of us here in this room, an address is something that we take for granted. Without an address, you cannot get a California ID or California driver's license. You cannot apply for an apartment because you need to have a previous address to put on your application for housing. You cannot open a bank account without an address. I had the pleasure and honor of helping an individual at our sanctioned camping area who, an unfortunate circumstance, had some money and he wanted to open a bank account. And he didn't think he could open a bank account, but he was living at the sanctioned encampment. So I took him, I said, no, we can make this work. We're gonna get you a bank account. And we walked into the bank and we sat for an hour. And because he had an address at our sanctioned camping area and he had an ID with said address on his California ID, he opened a bank account. He walked out of that bank flashing his debit card, carrying his little folder with all of the bank policies and his account manager's business card. And I tell you, that man looked like he was a foot taller when he walked out of the bank. And that is the dignity of an address. He's now looking into investment opportunities, which I will be consulting with him about. Okay, next slide. The data supports this. The data shows that people living in a supportive, safe environment have better outcomes. So crime on the Mahone Path between 2023 and 2025 decreased by 80%. The area of Anderson and Lindaro decreased by 50%. 24% of the former residents have been permanently housed. And we have a retention rate of 93% in permanent supportive housing. 74% are working with a housing-based case manager, which is that person that helps go to the DMV, get their ID, help fill out applications. 54% have secured employment or financial assistance, such as SSI or SSDI. 82% are enrolled in benefits, such as SNAP or Medi-Cal. And 100% of the individuals who have requested help with substance use treatment have received it. This is because they have a safe, stable place to lay their heads, to keep their belongings, and to feel a sense of community. Our sanction camp is a community, and it's an honor to work with those individuals. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Kate, members of the City Council. John Stefanski, Assistant City Manager, and I'm going to round out the remainder of the presentation with some details around the staff recommendations before you this evening. So, homelessness in Marin County, the impacts of homelessness in San Rafael have been disparate and significant when compared to other cities and towns in Marin. The county has 1,090 people experiencing homelessness countywide, with 788 or 72% of those unsheltered. 80% of the city's homeless population is currently unsheltered. Countywide, there are only 235 shelter beds total, which includes specialized resources for families, youth, survivors of domestic violence, and temporary emergency response shelters, and 108 transitional housing beds. This is a really interesting data point from our friends at the Ritter Center, one of the county's largest service providers for the unhoused individuals. They reported that only 1 in 4 shelter referrals are accepted. So why does this matter? Before the council this evening is a recommendation to declare a shelter crisis. So why declare a shelter crisis? First, the numbers justify it. As I just said, 80% of the city's homeless population is unsheltered, and that represents 1/3 of the county's total unsheltered population. The SAFE team, which Christine discussed, just in the first quarter of this fiscal year, so we're talking July through September, had 794 calls for service, and 69% of those involved people experiencing homelessness. It meets the legal standard. So the government code requires a finding that a significant number of persons are without the ability to obtain shelter, and that this situation constitutes a threat to their health and safety. We know that unsheltered individuals face persistent exposure to harm, frequent emergency health and safety needs, which are documented through our first responder interactions, i.e. that SAFE data that I just shared. And living without shelter and in severely substandard conditions creates immediate risks, especially during winter months as the weather gets wetter and colder. The city previously declared a shelter crisis in December of 2018, and we did this to access the HEAP funding. It was a program at the time. State law has significantly updated since then, particularly with Senate Bill 1395 in September of 2024. And so providing an updated declaration reflects the current conditions that we're experiencing in our city and aligns with updated legal frameworks. And we're also following the county's lead, who did this earlier this month regarding declaring a shelter crisis. And it lastly, and I think most importantly, underscores the urgency and the commitment to addressing this. Declaring a shelter crisis provides the authority for the city to act quickly to expand shelter capacity through programs like the proposed Marydale Interim Shelter Project. So what does the declaration provide? Declaring a shelter crisis provides relief from existing regulations and processes that make it difficult or impossible to act quickly in addressing immediate shelter needs. It provides regulatory flexibility, so suspending certain state and local regulations that would hinder the rapid deployment of homeless shelters. And it allows us to adopt reasonable local standards for shelter design, development, and operations. It also allows for low barrier navigation centers and homeless shelters on city-owned and leased property as a use by right, enabling a streamlined permitting and development process. It also provides broad CEQA exemptions for local agency activities related to navigation centers and homeless shelters, and provides also public accountability. So when we declare a shelter crisis, the city will be required to provide annual reports to the state on shelter capacity, resident outcomes, and actions to reduce homelessness. That creates a framework for tracking progress and evaluating the effectiveness of the work that our team is doing. And the data requirements already align with the metrics that we're incorporating for monitoring progress through our performance management program as a city, but then also in the proposed grant agreement with the county. So to summarize the findings in support of a declaration, there are insufficient affordable housing opportunities in San Rafael, Marin County. The number of unhoused individuals in Marin and San Rafael significantly exceeds the amount of shelter beds available. And unauthorized encampments cause sanitation, health, and safety impacts to individuals experiencing homelessness, and interim housing with site management and supportive services are proven to effectively improve life, health, and safety in San Rafael, to the notes of what Lynn was just discussing. Next, the next item staff is recommending happens concurrently with the declaration of the shelter crisis. The Government Code Section 8698 permits cities to adopt ordinances that establish reasonable local standards for the design, development, and operation of low barrier navigation centers and homeless shelters. And so given this, staff is recommending that the City Council adopt both an urgency ordinance adopting local standards and procedures for the design and site development of shelters for people experiencing homelessness and the structures and facilities therein at the city manager's discretion for projects of the City of San Rafael on city-owned or leased property to provide emergency housing and declaring the urgency thereof, as well as adopting a standard ordinance. And this approach gives the city manager and our team the ability to act quickly in the face of this crisis to start working on standing up an interim shelter as soon as possible. And so the urgency ordinance gets us the ability to do that right now. The second ordinance would take effect at the end of December. So shifting gears now into the agreements with the county that are before the council this evening. So the county has offered to provide funding to purchase 350 Marydale Road. And while the city works to entitle the property for affordable housing, the city and the county wish to put the property to use to help address homelessness, specifically within the city of San Rafael, underscoring specifically within San Rafael. By establishing a limited term interim shelter project, with this approach, the city and the county can leverage the ERF grant funds that we jointly received in a manner that improves interim shelter for unhoused residents by providing a location that is away from the road with improved access to facilities and improved shelter, such as tiny cabins, which mitigates risks that unhoused individuals face. Under the proposed partnership, the county will provide the city a grant of $8 million to support the property purchase and the initial site setup activities. The city will own this property and manage this process, as well as provide all public safety services for the site, so police, fire, safe team. The city and the county will split interim shelter operating costs until June 30th of 2027. And there are up to 2 extensions beyond June 30th, 2027, based on available funding per a city-led fundraising campaign in collaboration with the county. The site will close no later than June 30th, 2029. That is a firm line in the sand. A maximum of 65 individuals will be served at any one time, and through program attrition and contingent upon available funding, no more than 70 unique individuals may be eligible to participate in the program, with priority placement given in this order. First is the current sanctioned camping area participants. The second are the individuals who are in the Anderson Drive encampment. And then third is other encampments within the city of San Rafael. This is a closed program, and I've had conversations with residents around this where there is a perception that this will be a come one, come all from all over Marin to San Rafael to participate in this program. That is not the case. This is a very firm, stringent guideline that the people who participate in the proposed interim shelter program are those people that we've identified and in that order that I just listed. And lastly, there are no new entries within 1 year of anticipated closure unless the city and the county raises enough public via grant programs or private funds to continue the operation of the interim shelter in a manner similar to and of the same standard as its operation in its initial year. So that's the grant agreement. The second agreement, in exchange for the grant, the city would entitle the property for up to 80 units of affordable housing, and we have to do this by June 30th of 2028. This will require a separate review and approval process, and as Christine, I think, noted at the beginning of the presentation, is not under consideration tonight. We do not have an affordable housing project or anything drawn up. It's just conceptually, this is what we are agreeing to doing. The city would make a good faith effort to keep affordability levels as low as possible. And how we got to that $8 million grant figure is that the county is contributing $100,000 per entitled unit up to 80 units. If less than 80 units are entitled, then the city has to refund the county that $100,000 per unit. And if the city does not entitle the property for 80 units of affordable housing by June 30th of 2028, or if the city otherwise defaults on either the grant agreement or affordable housing agreement, then the city has to reimburse the county the full load of that grant, the $8 million. The affordable housing agreement has no end date. It will be recorded on the property, so it will be used for affordable housing in perpetuity. All right, so overview of the proposed interim shelter program. So as we have put on our website and have shared with the community through the webinar as well as the community meeting a few weeks ago, the proposed program includes 65 individual cabins with heat, electricity, storage. These are locking cabins, so they'd be providing someone that level of security. It will also include 24/7, 365 days a year on-site staff and security, just like we run the sanctioned camping area today. Site operators ensure daily maintenance and cleanup of the site and the immediate surrounding area. Coordinated care through the county's Health and Human Services Department will ensure that residents are receiving the behavioral health, social service entitlements, and holistic support they need to be successful in their pathway to housing. And services provided through the program will include showers and restrooms and meals provided on site. And this is informed by similar programs locally and across the state. This is not necessarily a groundbreaking proposal. And in fact, one would argue that the county of Marin is late to the game as it relates to providing these interim shelter programs. We have talked with folks in other agencies, jurisdictions who have implemented similar programs. The county executive, who was a city manager of San Luis Obispo prior to coming up here, his agency was able to successfully stand up a similar program. But some of the lessons learned: 24/7 staffing and predictable operations and controlled access maintain safety. This was a learning for us locally with the SSA, and we use that learning to design how we staff the sanctioned camping area, and we will continue to refine that as it relates to any future interim shelter program. Provide clear codes of conduct and good neighbor policies, which create shared expectations for the residents, so those who are participating in the program and the surrounding community. Daily case management and services being provided by the county on site is a must. This is some learnings from the county to the north of us, who stood up an interim shelter but didn't necessarily have the connections and the partnership with the county as it relates to health and human services. And then flexible, low barrier to entry. So the 3 Ps, we always say: pets, partners, possessions, helps to increase intake, getting people to participate in the program. And like I said, there have been similar projects like this in San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, Petaluma, San Francisco, San Jose, Redwood City, Oakland. You look across this state, and there are jurisdictions and counties that are standing up these interim shelters because of the need, because of the growth in the state's homeless population in the last 10 years plus. So the last recommended action for the City Council this evening is to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a purchase and sale agreement for 350 Marydale and other related actions. We have received a lot of inquiries regarding, how did we land with 350 Marydale? How do we get to this point? And as Christine mentioned earlier, in January of 2023, the council held a special study session to specifically discuss the criteria for evaluating what an ideal site would look like for an interim shelter project, and then directed staff to go out and figure it out and find a site to see if we can make something like this happen. The property search is something that we have spent most of the last 2 years working on. I've been with the city since July of 2023. I know that we've been working on that for as long as I've been with the city. I know it predates me. But San Rafael is a fully built out city. We're 150 years old. It's in my email signature. And that means that most likely any potential project is going to have to be on an infill property. So something that is vacant, is an existing building, existing property. And finding an ideal site, quite frankly, has been, or really finding any viable site, which meets the criteria, has been a very challenging endeavor. And at the end of the day, the most important consideration when identifying a site ultimately is the property owner willing to engage with the city on this, and is it financially viable? Does it make, is it something that we can do with the amount of money that we have on hand? So here's just a list of the 20-ish sites that we have looked at with regards to, a potential interim shelter site. And here is the Marydale property in the yellow square, which is turning up great on the screen. So you can see its larger context to Northgate, as well as Los Ranchitos. We have North San Pedro Road with 101 right up against the property, separating it from the larger Civic Center campus. So the property itself is 2.5 acres. General plan designation is community commercial mixed use. Zoning is high density residential HR1. It also has a PD planned development district. It was last used as an adult school for 30 years from 1990 to 2020. And the city actually entitled the property for 45 townhomes in 2020. As we saw on the map, it's near the Smart Station and Civic Center. There's commercial businesses to the north and the south and the corridor, 101 corridor. We know where the property is. So what makes Marydale unique? As I mentioned, for several years now, we have been evaluating potential sites for an interim shelter. And this property emerged as the most feasible location because it provides 2.5 acres, which is large enough for a program that we would want to establish, 65 cabins, as well as future affordable housing. It's flat, it's accessible, it's transit connected near Smart 101, the bus routes. That's good for the interim shelter. That's even better for future affordable housing. It maintains appropriate separation from schools and allows for efficient utility and site setup with minimal grading and construction barriers. And it's available. And we had a willing property owner who was willing to work with us and within a price range that would work for the city and county to partner on. And at the end of the day, while we work on turning the property into affordable housing, we're gaining the ability to move nearly 25% of unhoused individuals in San Rafael off the street and into temporary shelter in more dignified and safer conditions, and providing them the space to be able to engage with folks like Lynn and get on their feet and progress on their pathway towards housing. We've also heard through the community outreach that we've done to date that there are community concerns around the site's proximity to existing services. And so staff have held engagement sessions with our participants at the sanctioned camping area to ask them whether Marydale would be too far for them. And every single resident that we spoke to who is currently participating in the sanctioned camping area said that the distance is not a barrier for them to reach services, and that they already are taking the bus and they're biking around and they're walking through the city. Downtown services for unhoused residents include Vinnie's and Ritter Center, both of which operate on set schedules. They're not open all day for people just to drop in, that they have their set times that they're providing programs. Just another interesting point to note that it's a 6-minute bus ride or a 16-minute bike ride to downtown from the Marydale site. So, should the city council proceed with the staff recommendation this evening, the staff team will return to the city council in the spring with proposed changes to our camping ordinance. This is the regulations that govern where and how individuals experiencing homelessness may camp on public property, i.e. city-owned property. And so we would be bringing forward recommendations to further prohibit unsanctioned camping along Anderson Drive such that there would be no camping allowed along Anderson Drive. We would prohibit camping within 2,000 feet of the interim shelter site. 2,000 feet gets you from Marydale all the way to Los Ranchitos and up to North Point San Pedro. So it would take out all of the Rafael Meadows neighborhood that no one would be allowed to camp anywhere. And we would also bring forward any other necessary adjustments following a more thorough evaluation of just how the framework is working with our team who goes out and does enforcement activities every Tuesday and Thursday, if not more frequently. So in terms of kind of next steps, project timelines, we're getting towards the end of fall here, 2025, and we have tonight's council meeting, and we will continue, as Christine said, to organize community engagement for December and then January and winter of 25, 26. So it's like, straddling the calendar year. The team will work on continuing to develop the project, site setup, and cabin procurement. This is when we'll also be bringing forward consideration of camping ordinance changes, again, additional community engagement efforts, and then launching a fundraising campaign. Spring, summer of 2026 is when we would aim to launch the interim shelter program and begin providing services, again, with more opportunities for community engagement there. And then just as a framework, as it relates to the grant agreement with the county, summer of 2029 was when the interim shelter would have to close. And there would be community engagement around that as well. Now, the affordable housing piece to this is, we have a timeline to hit as it relates to our agreement with the county. So in 2026, our CED team would be releasing an RFP for affordable housing developers. We would then work with the selected developer to finalize the terms of a agreement to dispose of the property and allow them to develop affordable housing on it. And the developer will have to obtain land use entitlements by June 30th of 2028. Again, 2029 is when the interim shelter would have to close in June. And then ideally, fingers crossed, 2030 is when, potential construction could begin on a future affordable housing project. In 2 years, that gets done, and then people are able to start moving in 2033. Plans for future engagement, again, just to reiterate, if the council approves staff's recommendations, the work to establish the interim shelter would begin, and the city and county would hold the next two community meetings on December 9th and January 14th to receive community input on the following. The interim shelter site plan. So tonight we've already talked about some of the feedback that we got around where's the entrance of this going to be, and it's going to be on the frontage road, not on Marydale. The operational and programmatic details, including the procurement of cabins and security. The good neighbor policy is still a work in progress. We have included in the grant agreement under Exhibit D is the second version of this that has been largely informed by the feedback that we've gotten from the community to date. And then, input around the permanent affordable housing development component to this as well. And we will continue to engage the community over the lifetime of this project and are committed to doing so. So with that, before I dive into the recommended actions, I do want to call up our County Executive Derek Johnson, who is here with us this evening and who has been a tremendous partner with the city, he and his team. I know that he's going to make a couple remarks. So Derek, if you want to come up.
Thank you, Mr. Stefanski. Good evening, Mayor Collin and members of the council. I'm happy to be here tonight. First off, I just want to say I recognize that this is a very complex project and a product of, I think, something that has challenged not only Marin County, but the entire county at large. Actually, tomorrow at the Board of Supervisors, we'll be considering another interim site in Point Reyes because homelessness is one of the most significant issues that is facing both the state of California and Marin County. Our approach with the city has been based in partnership and a shared belief that progress can happen when we work together across jurisdictions and with the community. The county's role is to ensure that our investments are responsible and aligned with the long-term community goals, including eventual conversion to permanent supportive housing. We know that homelessness is a housing issue and the two are connected. I just want to thank, and I know we had many members of the community here tonight and neighbors from the San Rafael Meadows neighbor community. I want to thank them for their engagement. I had a chance to meet with them last week, and they shared their deep care about their neighborhood and these issues. And as you heard from Mr. Stefanski just a minute ago, our pledge is to continue to work with the neighbors on the site design, good neighbor policy, code of conduct, and then we look forward to seeing ultimately how the affordable housing project develops. We also know there's fear and frustration that comes from uncertainty, and that's why we've committed to providing consistent information and then engagement as the project evolves. The county has and will continue to be a funder and facilitator. As we heard from Mr. Stefanski tonight and others, I had the fortune of serving as a city manager in the past, and I can tell you how these issues can really get solved when you come together in partnership. And that's really how I've approached some of this work. We know that the county has a role. We provide social and mental health services, and we're prepared to meet the city in making sure that every dollar that is spent has measurable impact and supports the goal of rehabilitation and getting people through Maslow's hierarchy into a place where they can be full functioning members of our community. I just want to also emphasize that Marydale is a interim housing solution on a path to becoming permanent housing. This model reflects our lessons learned from successful projects throughout California. It has shown and demonstrated to provide stability, structure, and services to help people transition into long-term housing. The county's funding will follow tomorrow, a public process. The board will have an opportunity to hear a recommendation from my office about the funding and grant agreement, and that's tied to performance and community safety. We will continue in my office. We commit to sharing information in partnership with the city manager's office to encourage input along the way, to keep a project website up to date, and that we have direct communication with the neighborhood. Our shared goal is to ensure both residents and the unhoused area are treated with dignity and fairness, and that the outcomes improve quality of life for everyone. This work is not easy, but it's essential work. Marin has a history of meeting hard challenges. We have so many challenges, Madam Mayor, looking forward, whether it's housing, homelessness, and climate change. Together, I believe that we can take 350 Marydale and really balance empathy and accountability and compassion with results. And so with that, Madam Mayor, conclude my comments for this evening.
Thank you.
All right, so in summary, the recommended actions for the City Council this evening, one is to adopt a resolution declaring a shelter crisis pursuant to Government Code Section 8698. Two, waive further reading and refer to by title only and adopt the urgency ordinance adopting reasonable local standards and procedures for homeless shelters. Three, introduce, waive further reading and refer by title only to the ordinance adopting reasonable local standards and procedures for homeless shelters. Four is adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a grant agreement between the city and county of Marin in the amount of $8 million and an affordable housing agreement to facilitate the acquisition of real property located at 350 Marydale Road for use as an interim shelter and permanent affordable housing, and to accept the full amount of the grant and appropriate $7 million to cover the costs related to the acquisition. And then lastly, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a purchase and sale agreement in the amount of $6.7 million plus associated costs and a certificate of acceptance and other documents necessary to complete the purchase of the real property located at 350 Marydale Road, and to execute a professional services agreement with Newmark in an amount not to exceed $201,000 for real estate brokerage services rendered to the city for this purchase. And that concludes the staff presentation, but we are here and happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Assistant City Manager. Thank you, Len Murphy, which I have to just give you a little shout out. We know that you're going to be inducted in the Marin Women's Hall of Fame in January through the YWCA for the incredible work that you've been doing on our streets of San Rafael. So I know we have a lot of people here that want to speak, but if there are any foundational questions that the council would like to ask at this point, now is your opportunity. Yep, go ahead.
One super focused question. In one of your slides, you said 1 out of 4 referrals are accepted. I think it was from St. Vincent's?
From Ritter.
Ritter, sorry.
Yeah.
From Ritter. So that means that of the 4 shelter referrals that they give to people who need shelter, only 1 is taken.
That's correct.
In contrast, what is the percentage of acceptances for this type of housing, whether it was the surface support area or Mahone, or what you anticipate for this site?
So how can I answer that?
I can start, and then you can think. One of the, and correct me if I'm wrong, Lynn, but one of the things that's a real challenge with shelter is folks have their pets, and not all of the congregate shelter facilities will allow for pets. So the sanctioned camping area does, and so the percentage rates are higher for those who want to participate because there is a lower barrier to entry in that regard.
But Lynn, any idea how high? Hopefully it's something like 100%. Wasn't there a waiting list at one time?
At the sanctioned camping area, yes.
Okay.
There was a waiting list, which we're not maintaining a waiting list because the ERF, the terms of the grant require that people had to have been sleeping in the Mahone Creek area already. But I just want to make one point of clarification around the shelter referrals. 1 in 4 are accepted by Jonathan's Place. There's a greater need for people seeking shelter than the shelter has capacity for, particularly since the Homeward Bound renovated the building and renamed it Jonathan's Place. People really like the shelter. So we've definitely seen an increase in the number of people seeking shelter. And part 2 of your question, how many people, what percentage of people would like a tiny home? During our outreach and engagement at the sanctioned camping area, every single person said that they wanted to go into the proposed site.
Perfect. Thank you.
And Jonathan's Place does accept pets. Have to give a shout out to Homeward Bound.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. And thank you for the update and all the work that's been happening behind the scenes on this and bringing it to us this evening. I do have a number of questions and they're going to bounce around a little bit because I was trying to keep them in order. Didn't do that well on that. I have a question around CEQA. With the emergency shelter declaration, I believe it allows us to move forward without CEQA. But is a CEQA analysis needed for an interim type of shelter project?
I'm going to invite Andrea to respond to that question because she's been dedicated to that part of the proposal and doing a lot of work on it.
Thank
And will
you.
give a much better answer than I would.
Repeating, do you mind repeating the question?
No problem, sorry. And this came up as the presentation was going on, so I apologize I didn't put a flag out there earlier around it. For CEQA, if for the emergency shelter declaration, I believe there's a item in there that we don't have to follow the same necessarily all the CEQA requirements. Thank you. California Environmental Quality Act. Where did that come from? I don't even remember. Thank you. All right, so for CEQA. So the question is, for an interim shelter without having an emergency declaration, would we still have the same requirements for CEQA? Or to be able to not have to go through a CEQA process?
So for the interim shelter, if it is a low barrier navigation center, state law provides that that is a ministerial approval and ministerial approvals are not subject to CEQA. So it is exempt from CEQA under several different provisions. One of them being that it's not a discretionary action, it's a ministerial action.
Okay, great, thank you. And again, as we go forward, so with the interim shelter, that's fine. It's not, it's ministerial from CEQA perspective. And then going forward with the affordable housing project, that would follow the standard process.
So for the affordable housing project, as part of your approvals tonight, the city council would be determining that the affordable housing project would be exempt from CEQA under the infill exemption 15332. With CEQA, the city council or whoever the decision maker should make that environmental evaluation as early as possible in the process. So although tonight the council is making CEQA determinations, all of that, those CEQA determinations are spelled out in the staff report as well as the resolution titles. There's not necessarily the project approval tonight, but you can have a separation of your CEQA approval versus your project approval.
Great, thank you.
And I'm sorry, Councilmember Kurtz, just to clarify, there are other CEQA determinations that are applicable to the city council's actions tonight, such as an emergency situation. There are others, I'm sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head, but they are all there in the staff report and the resolution titles.
Okay, great. Thank you. My next question is around data. At the last Homeless Policy Steering Committee meeting, we got an update from County Office of Education, Amy Carrera, who highlighted that there are about 1,400, a little bit more, 1,400 students that are considered temporarily, temporarily doubled up. So they're actually within the school system counted as homeless. We have a number of older adults on fixed income who are what we would call precariously housed or homeless, living in their cars, and are at risk even more so of becoming homeless with what's happening nationally. And then we have our point in time account. I'm getting to a question here. Point in time count, which is every 2 years. And the question is, you shared some numbers around the data in terms of who's been housed and how many we believe are homeless. But I was wondering how comfortable do we feel with that number, knowing that it's an ever-changing target? And my follow-on question to that, and I'll just put it out there right now, is on the county dashboard for homelessness, it has identified housing pathway. Those who are identified for a housing pathway. How is that defined?
So I'll start with the second question first. There is a very defined process for the phases that one goes through in order to eventually land into housing. So it starts with phase 0, which is somebody is not engaged at all, and it goes up through phase 4. So phase 4 is that person has been housed. We meet every other week with all of the case managers, so it's a very collaborative effort. Marin is small enough that we can meet and talk about these people as individuals, not just as a data point. And we go through that list of folks by name, and we talk about, okay, this person now has their ID, they've moved up to phase 1, or they have a pre-app in, they're in phase 3. And then when they get to phase 4 and they're in housing, then we have a little celebration. So it's a very monitored process. We've got really awesome support from the county who keep these spreadsheets up to date every week, and we are given those updates. I participate in the San Rafael case conference, but each jurisdiction has their own by name case conference. Remind me part 1 of your question.
Lots of data in terms
The
of the
data,
number.
okay, yes, thank you. So as far as the point in time count goes, it is an inexact science, truly. We enlist an agency, Applied Survey Research, ASR, to help us with this process. It involves surveying every single street in the county. And we go out in the pre-dawn hours in the last week of January, and we actually do an observational count. So if we see somebody's in a car or there are towels or boxes in that car, we count that. If we see observe somebody sleeping outside in a park, we count that. Are we able to count every single individual throughout the county? I don't think so. However, the process is consistent every year. So if there is a flaw, it is consistent. But I will say we have a massive group of individuals who go out, and many people have done it year after year after year, because they really want to collect the data in as effective a way possible.
Great.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, no, absolutely. Okay, now moving on to oversight and risk, specifically around the Marydale Cabin site. Even all the best planning, we know that there's risks that come up. How are we looking at mitigating those risks if something does occur? And it's really vague in general, and so I'm leaving it there. So.
I'll take this one because I've been so involved with the sanctioned camping area. We hired we vetted a few security companies. We hired a security company that has worked in these type of programs before. We hired a program management company that also has done this type of work before. They're trauma informed. They know what working with people who have been homeless is like. People who have been homeless are usually traumatized simply because being homeless is traumatic. City staff meets with those vendors on a regular basis. Our police department is regularly in those meetings as well. So we hear about what are some of the concerns. We talk to the business owners in the neighborhood. Since we opened the sanctioned site, the number of calls and emails from those businesses has dropped dramatically because we are working so closely with the staff on site. And it translates to the people in the site really wanting to be good neighbors. They know that this is a real opportunity. It's a launching pad to get into permanent supportive housing. So I think that when we create that safety, we're really creating safety for the entire community, not just the people in that site, but the people in the surrounding community as well.
Couple of questions. What is the plan for reporting back to the council in terms of, I know there'll be a community engagement, but for council updates?
So right now we're planning biannual updates through our strategic planning process. This is identified as goal D1, and so we would be able to provide the council updates that way. And then in addition, as data is coming along and we're having people successfully matriculate out of the program, we will be updating our website and we'll be able to share those updates with you in addition.
And just to add, Councilmember Kurtz, we do have, as you know, because you sit on it, a City Council Homelessness Subcommittee that will be meeting periodically, and those public meetings will be posted on the public meeting page. We will also bring periodic updates in between the biannual updates to the full council that John mentioned.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, Councilmember Yoran Gulati.
Yes, thank you. Just clarification, and thank you so much for the report and all the work. You mentioned around parking, the challenges, and you mentioned RVs. And I just wanted to confirm that RVs are not allowed to be parked in public roads in our city.
That is correct. So we do not currently allow anywhere in the city an RV to be parking on one of our streets without, I think there's a specific permit process or something that goes through the parking services division, but we don't allow RVs to just show up and park on our streets.
Okay, great. And the other one is that sometimes I get people asking me, like there are people coming that they are unhoused in San Rafael and they are coming from San Francisco. They are coming from all over the place. They are not really from here. So Lynn, I was hoping that maybe you can clarify that.
Yeah, that's a very common misperception. People are homeless here in Marin because by and large, they grew up in Marin. One of our police officers grew up here, went to what used to be called Drake High School, and it's remarkable how many people he knows from Drake who are now living outside. And these are your neighbors, these are family members. People are here in Marin because this is where they grew up. I don't have the most recent data point from the point in time count, but I have it now. 62% of the county's homeless population resided within Marin County prior to becoming homeless. And that's, the nature of my job is to get to know all of these individuals, where they grew up, where their families are. So when people say, well, why don't they move to someplace less expensive? It's because this is their home.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I just have a follow-up question from what Councilmember Kurtz was asking. And Lena, thank you for providing the really on-the-street insight that you have. So the folks that would be in this proposed site are folks that you know you already know them. I think you said that, but I would like to hear you say like the 65, 70 people. You talked about meetings, you talked about having spreadsheets, like, you know them. You could.
Yeah. That's my job, is to really, one, develop trust, build that rapport. You can't really accomplish a whole lot without having that level of trust. And it also validates people to know that people care. And I'm not the only one doing this work, obviously. Our case managers are doing incredible work out in the field every single day. And that's what it takes. And it takes being able to find that person. So when somebody is homeless in a scattered site, it's really hard for a case manager to find that person because maybe they had to move. Maybe the business owner said, you can't be in my doorway. So when the case manager goes to look for them to bring them to an appointment at the DMV or a doctor's appointment and they're not there, the process is slowed down significantly. So simply by virtue of having a specific site, the case management piece is so much more effective, which then builds to that trust growing because the case manager showed up, they made their appointment, they got their ID or they got their bank account. So it becomes this upward spiral of growth and trust.
You had showed a slide of the data around the Mahone sanctioned camping area. So in addition to the data, I'm just curious, what have you seen for the folks that have been in there? Because it's now been up for 2 years?
1 year. We
been
just
a
had our
1
1 year anniversary.
1 year. So what have you seen, data aside, but just like the qualitative for the folks that are there?
Anecdotally, it's become a real community. And again, I don't know the exact number off the top of my head because it's ever changing, but we had our Seeds of Hope event today, which is our quarterly service fair. And we had a whole group of volunteers come from a program, and several of them decided to enter this particular program out of the sanctioned camping area. And it just brings me such joy to see you're indoors, you've put on a bunch of weight, which is great. You're eating well. Yeah, when somebody puts on weight, they're eating well and they're sleeping really well, and that's always a good sign. And so to see this group of individuals today at this event, it was just, it's joyous. And then it inspires the other individuals who see them and say, you look incredible. What are you doing? And then they share their story and it brings hope to people.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure there might be additional questions. So again, thank you for that. And thank you, County Administrator, for coming and sharing your comments as well. So I will open the public comment, and I'm really appreciative of the hand waving. And let me just let you know, everyone will get to speak. So if you don't want to stand, because everyone gets 2 minutes, so if you're at the back of the line, you're standing there for 20 minutes, don't worry. We will not close the public comment till everyone's able to speak. And thank you for listening respectfully to each other, whether you agree or disagree. So with that, I will open the public comment on this item. Go ahead.
So I'm Brendan Deemer from Union Street, Happy Valley, Montecito area. About 6 years ago, St. Vincent de Paul purchased a private property 3 doors up from us on Union Street that stretched from Union through the park and had 3 buildings with multiple apartments as part of their Joining the Housing First initiative. There was no contact with neighbours, no announcements, and no press conference. Several of the new residents were smokers, and the neighbours on Park Street were not happy with them smoking around their houses and chased them around until they ended up at our corner of Bell and Union. Now, my wife was a smoker when I married her, and smoke did not worry us, so we let them be. Our hearts particularly went out to Barbara, an elderly lady making her way back to being housed, who we'd often see standing on the corner, sometimes under an umbrella in the rain, having a smoke. When we had to remove a juniper bush for fire-wise reasons, leaving a bare patch outside of our fence, we purchased and installed a welcome bench for her and anybody else to use. The only request we made was that they take their butts with them, which they did. 6 years later, people have come and gone. Barbara has been rehoused, but each new resident has been told by the others of the condition of using our bench and have respected it and us ever since. This experience has demonstrated to us the truism of the central spiritual teachings of all religions: do as you would be done by. If we treat others with respect and empathy, we receive respect and empathy in return. To our friends in Marydale, if this does go ahead, my recommendation to you is that when the first residents move in, take them flowers, introduce yourselves, welcome them to the neighbourhood, and engage them in neighbourhood cleanup projects or anything else that your neighbourhood does, and they will return the love. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I've got the little photographs for you to look at.
Thank you. Ken Dickinson, San Rafael. This is not about the project. It's about the process and the money. So let's just follow the money. You're using ERF3 money for this project, plus Senator Maguire's support, plus county funds. $8 million from the very top down here. The money was in place over a year ago, and together you built this plan behind closed doors in secret, all laid out neatly in your agreement with the county. The USA Interagency Council on Homelessness lists 19 evidence-based strategies for addressing encampments. Number 6 says you should engage neighboring residents and businesses early and often. Instead, you replaced engagement with the stealth strategy, the classic Brown Act workaround, pre-cooked outcomes, a sham hearing like this one, a rubber stamp process. Through closed sessions and last-minute special meetings, the ones with 24 hours notice, you shield controversial projects like 350 Mirrodale from the community. You roll out the project first and only afterwards tell the people who live and work there. You don't want to do the real work anymore, meeting with neighbors, businesses, or impacted communities. That slows you down. So you move us out of your way and the homeless out of your way too. Then full speed ahead with building your high-rises, starting tomorrow, I hear, right back here at the Planning Commission. You left a flyer at maybe 10 houses and called that outreach. Then the sham listening session, the webinar, KSSO, as they say in Spanish. What is this? You said we missed you. We stopped by to share news about a project in our
If you
neighborhood,
could wrap up your comments,
as
please.
if you're already here.
Thank you.
But when you missed is the whole point of Housing First and how you've relegated our neighbors to last.
Thank you, Mr. Dickinson, for your comments.
A comment about the attorney. The attorney is confused. On the last item, he talked about a lawsuit. It's a cure and collect letter. The gentleman is confused. And
I'm giving you your extra few seconds to finish your time.
Thank you.
Finish.
It is a restraining order, and he's trying to confuse the audience, and the audience is not amused by that.
Mr.
Thank you.
Dickinson.
My name is Jennifer Wallace, and I live in the Meadows community directly across the street from the encampment at 350 Marydale. Our community asks you tonight to vote no, not now, on this project, to pause the plan. We ask this because evidence is showing that the city and county decided months, and in some elements of this project, years ago, to move forward with building this encampment at 350 Marydale. Evidence is also showing that you purposely withheld information in such a way as to manipulate the process to reach a predetermined conclusion. We have the right to see the records and have time to engage with you about this project. With the public announcement of this plan at the press conference on October 15th, we had 31 days to learn, question, engage, share feedback, and absorb what was being proposed in this project with very high stakes. Tonight, it is clear that you are rushing to finalize this decision before the public has the documents needed to understand the full scope and breadth of this plan and the spillover effect into our neighborhood and our homes. Your meeting tonight is simply an attempt to make a predetermined plan look legitimate. Be clear. Be clear. We know that tonight's meeting is a rubber stamp by you, and we are here to hold you accountable to the commitment you have made to fair and transparent representation. The only option for you tonight is to vote no, not now. Pause the plan and allow us to review the documents about the plan before the vote. If the plan is a good idea, the facts will show it. If not, the facts will show that too. Please support our constitutionally protected right for information and inclusion in government. Vote no, not now, and pause the plan. Thank you.
If there's any way you can restrain yourself and do this, I know people that might have a contrarian opinion might appreciate it. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I'll do my best to speak as quickly as I can. I have a life-threatening lung condition. My name is Aida Del Valle, and I live at Redwood Village. Before I make my statement, I want to question two statistics that were quoted by the woman that gave the report on homelessness, the heart-rending plucking, as if we all didn't feel for homeless people, as if we didn't know Maslow's order of needs. I knew that at least 30 years before she was born. Secondly, so she talked about 80% of people who were offered substance abuse help, who were offered it, that they requested it, said yes, 80%. How about the ones that don't request it? If you know anything about substance abuse, you know that most people that are tethered to substance abuse will not ask for it. So that statistic was misleading. And then the gentleman who talked about the appropriate separation from schools, we have a number of daycare centers right on that strip. Is that not a school? Toddlers going to a school? Okay, and all the criteria he gave for the feasibility of the project at 350 Marin had mostly to do with property and with the homeless, like a willing property owner, their budget. Now, a prior person did make the point about our community perhaps not being as affluent as the community across the way. I ask you, in your heart of hearts, how many of you have a homeless community like this next door to your homes? All of you, including the woman that gave the heart-rending report. So the issue that we're concerned with, that I'm concerned with, is the mental status at the heart of the mental status of the homeless. In recent times, the Bay Area people have been randomly stabbed or thrown onto train tracks or murdered on the way home from work by some solitary, unhinged homeless person. I know as well as you that not all homeless people are violent, but there is a good chance that many of them are if they're under the influence of substance abuse, and many of them are, and if they're not requesting treatment, that raises the stakes
You
for
could
our
finish your
community.
statement, please.
So anything can happen. We want to protect our children. We wanted to protect our elders. This is not a NIMBY issue. We have one of the most diverse communities in Marin County. We have lawyers, doctors, engineers, house cleaners, construction workers, and I'm a Puerto Rican American, and I'm an attorney, and there are many people, and we've all lived peaceably across class, cultural lines.
Thank you for your
So
comments.
this is not the typical NIMBY reaction. We have legitimate concerns, and we want you to listen to us and take us into account.
Thank you for your comments.
Heart-rending story about the homeless, as if we were ignoramuses who had no compassion for the homeless community.
I'd like to
If
hand a
possible,
comment too, that
yes.
my comments are going to go to the
Thank you. And if there's, try to adhere to the 2 minutes. There are a lot of people that want to speak. That's a way of showing respect to each other.
Gregory Andrew, there is direct evidence that the mayor and council members conspired and decided to purchase 350 Merridale weeks before the October 15th press announcement, and more importantly, long before any information had been released to the public. One piece of evidence is that you invited the governor. On October 7th, an invitation was sent to Governor Newsom, quote, to publicly announce the acquisition of a large property in San Rafael for transitional housing and interim shelter planned to be open in 2026. We would be honored if the governor were able to join us for this press event. The invitation is noted as being embargoed, describing that the project had to be kept confidential, meaning secret. The mayor and council members would not have approved this invitation to the governor unless they had already decided to purchase 350 Merridale for homeless shelter and to hide that fact from the public. Because apart from a few flyers placed on doorsteps of a few homes and businesses, the public had been told nothing. Neighbors learned about it when they saw the News Channel helicopter flying overhead the day of the press announcement, or they read it in the IJ the next day. A second important piece of evidence is the purchase and sale agreement was signed by the property owner on or before October 10th. The owners would not have already signed the purchase and sale agreement unless the city had assured the seller that approval was a done deal. The mayor and council members have been derelict of duty, and the only course of action tonight is to postpone this whole project. We have a constitutional right to free speech and to petition the council on this matter, and we do not and will not relinquish those rights. Thank you.
Oh, I don't get his 7 seconds? Okay. My name is Kim. I live in the Rafael Meadows. On October 15th, the city of San Rafael and Marin County announced plans for a new interim shelter at 350 Merridale Road, which is right behind my house. Yet back on March 30th, the Marin IJ reported that the city was already negotiating to buy this property. When questioned about the negotiation, Mayor Kate and other officials refused to comment, citing the closed session and claiming the Brown Act forbids them from discussing anything because there was no reportable action. That was the line given to the public for months until suddenly, at the October 15th press conference, the city unveiled detailed plans for a project they previously insisted they could not talk about. The closed sessions remain closed, and still they report no reportable actions. So how are we now voting on a purchase and sale agreement? Were they truly forbidden from discussing this, or simply using the Brown Act as cover to keep the public in the dark and their secret deal secret? Stealth may speed approval, but it breeds distrust, friction, and backlash. The negotiating team owes the community a straightforward explanation. Again, I live literally right behind 350 Merridale. I'm concerned for myself. I live alone, that people will be hanging out. They literally can look right in the back of my house. Please pause before you make this decision. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carrie McDonald. For weeks now, people in this community have asked the city for the criteria used to select 350 Merridale as the new shelter site. You promised to provide it, but to date you have not. Since we learned of the site, we've come to find out that detailed plans for the 350 Merridale site as the new have been in motion, along with months of closed sessions and claims that the Brown Act forbids any discussion about the property purchase. There's been no public process, no transparency, no criteria presented. The city chose 350 Merridale behind closed doors and then built a process afterwards to justify that choice. Rather than helping to bridge the homeless into programs and housing, the city's decision appears to be about optics. the desire to move the encamped residents out of sight and out of mind. We are left to believe that the 350 Marydale site was chosen using the city's only true criteria, put the shelter anywhere that isn't downtown, even if it means moving encampment residents several miles away from many residents, for many services only provided downtown. This is not how responsible, transparent public site selection works. That is how you lose the trust of the people that you serve. You cannot claim secrecy to protect negotiations and then unveil a fully formed and poorly constructed plan as if it were inevitable. If this decision is truly in the public interest, then show your work. I ask that you postpone the vote, release the site selection criteria, hold public hearings, and listen to your constituents.
Hello, my name is Wayne Rayburn. I live in San Rafael Meadows. It's very clear that the city has been slow walking public records. Requests submitted weeks ago are still being filled piece by piece. Some documents arrived only in the last few days. How can residents review information we only received at the 11th hour? How can the public meaningfully evaluate a multi-million-dollar purchase when the documents are still being trickling in? This is not transparency. This is obstruction, intended or not, and it prevents the community from understanding what is being done with our money, our neighborhood, and our trust in you. No one should rush ahead with a purchase of this magnitude while withholding the very records the public needs to make sense of it all. If the city wants informed input, then give the public the information. Postpone the purchase, release all the records, and let the people see what you are deciding in their name. I want you to know that there are 8 child care facilities in our neighborhood. All of them are on the very street that you're putting this on. 2 of them are a block away. The rest of them is right at the bus stop where these people are going to be catching a bus. Each and every one of these children's safety is in your hands. You must stop this now.
Hi, my name is Betty Shea. Let me be very clear. We are not opposing help for the homeless. We are opposing the secrecy that has defined this entire project. On October 15th, the city held a press conference at 350 Marydale, the very site they are now wanting to purchase. Yet, this event, the negotiations, and the entire plan were never announced to the public and shared with the community directly affected. A press conference on the property itself was held before the public even knew the site was under consideration, before any documents were released, before any neighborhood meetings, before a single opportunity for public input. At that event, Mayor Kate Collin stood beside Councilmans Kurt and Hill and proudly declared on behalf of the entire city council that this was a moment of partnership, celebration, and hard work behind the scenes. She thanked the county for its generous $8 million contribution and praised the city manager and county administrator for, in her words, working very, very hard behind the scenes and to have this day brought forward. And that's exactly the issue. Everything has been happening behind the scenes. A public project, a multi-million-dollar property purchase, a new homeless shelter inside a residential neighborhood, all orchestrated privately, then unveiled with ribbon-cutting smile as if secrecy is something to be applauded. We need openness, we need information, and we need time to participate. Postpone the vote, release the records, and allow the community
to be a real partner in creating effective, humane solutions. Thank you.
Hello, Janet Shirley from Rafael Meadows. On October 15th, the city held a press event celebrating the acquisition of the Marydale homeless site. Our community was completely blindsided. The secrecy hurt, so we asked for one simple thing: a real face-to-face roundtable with the mayor and with the city council and with city staff. Instead, we got a November 6th listening session at the JCC, a meeting where the city openly stated that council members would not respond to questions. This is not a roundtable. It's not even a conversation. We asked for dialogue. We got an infomercial. We asked for transparency. We got procedure. We asked for a conversation. We were allowed one 60-second question per person. Trust is like air. When it's gone, everyone feels it. And through secrecy and avoidance, the city has suffocated the trust of our community. We depend on that. We had depended on your trust. If the city wants input, then meet with us in person at the site around a table where real dialogue can happen and answers can be expected. Stop calling Q&A sessions engagement. It is not. Pause the process. Restore the air. We need to breathe. Give the public a genuine meeting that we asked for and the honesty we deserve. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sandra, and I am a homeowner for approximately 20 years in Rafael Meadows. Your plan to put a homeless encampment in my neighborhood is causing me great safety concerns. Your team has often said the population you will be introducing into our neighborhood has experienced great physical, psychological, and generational trauma. You will have guards to protect the most disruptive from the other residents. If they cannot follow the guidelines, they will be asked to leave, and as adults, they will be free to go anywhere in the neighborhood. They will be free to go anywhere. Too disruptive for your encampment, but okay for a neighborhood of families with small children and elderly. Our neighborhood has no crime. For you to introduce a population that needs guards will create crime. There have been no environmental or neighborhood impact studies done. What would happen to us once this encampment goes in? The site is nothing more than a parking lot with a building attached. It's an asphalt parking lot. It's not a great place. I implore you to go back and look at the many other parking lots with buildings attached in San Rafael that will not impact a residential community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ken Casey. I live in San Rafael Meadows. I'm here with a very clear message. This vote must be postponed. The city is asking the public to accept a major real estate purchase while not providing basic information required for informed decision-making. We still do not have the records. We still do not have the selection criteria. We still have no explanation for why 350 Marydale was chosen over other sites. That alone should stop this process in its tracks. But now something even more serious has happened. A judge issued a temporary restraining order blocking the city from moving forward until November 24th. A court does not freeze a project like this unless the concerns are substantial, urgent, and potentially consequential. If the judiciary is sounding the alarm, the city council should not be charging ahead. This is not responsible governance, this is not transparency, and this is not the way you treat your community you serve. Pushing through a high-impact real estate deal without documents, without community trust, and under the shadow of a court order is reckless. This council has a choice tonight. You can continue down a path of secrecy and rush decisions, or you can pause. We are not asking for anything unreasonable. We're asking for basic due diligence. We're asking for the truth about how this site was chosen, and we are asking for the transparency of the city promised but has not delivered. Until the city produces the records, the criteria, and the credible review of this process, postpone the vote. Do not move forward in the dark. Do not ignore the court, and do not ignore the community, us.
Pause the plan.
Hi, Bernie Sammet. I live near Marydale. I don't presume to be smarter than the city staff that put this project together, but I am smart enough to know when I'm being sold a snow job in relationship to the 20 alternative sites listed on the city website so recently. 5 are already undergoing construction and renovation. 8 are in highly visible downtown areas like 3rd or 4th Street and probably suffer from a lack of political willpower due to their high visibility. Listing the City Hall parking lot as one of those sites probably fits in that category. Why were these sites all rejected? We were promised that information. Without it, we can't know why such a site as 301 Smith Ranch Road was rejected. That site is cheaper, not in a residential area, flat with utilities access. If given a chance, residents are likely to be able to help you find more sites that fit the criteria the city is looking for. That would go a long way to establishing trust. And maybe we'll be on your side. Maybe we'll find out 350 Marydale is the only real site. Politically, 350 Marydale is essentially a cul-de-sac neighborhood, putting a cloak of invisibility around this project and the appearance of a positive accomplishment by taking it to a more secluded location. As someone already said, out of sight, out of mind. Current area encampments have been described to me by nearby residents as an open-air drug market. Why would moving to a secluded residential neighborhood be expected to decrease this problem? How does that help the homeless? The city's website said they will measure success by the number of residents that transition to permanent housing. Fair enough. Will you also let us know about possible failure? For example, what if drug use and police runs double or even triple?
You
Is
could
that-
finish up your comments, please.
Is
Mr.
that
Bennett.
grounds to terminate the project? And then how would that happen? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marianne Nanastad. On November 10th, the IJ editorial wrote, "Red flags in homelessness strategy." Those same red flags are flying over the city of San Rafael's plan for 350 Marydale Road. On November 7th, today, the City Council plans to both introduce and vote on a $6.7 million purchase of the Marydale property to serve as a temporary homeless shelter, with Marin County contributing up to $8 million and a promise of 80 affordable housing units by 2028. A developer must be found, and the financial viability must be determined to construct 80 affordable units, or the city will need to pay back $100,000 per unit not built under the promised 80 units. What happens if the city misses the housing deadline? It must repay the county's grant, possibly the full $80 million, a liability for San Rafael's residents. State grants will fund shelter operations only through 2027. After that, there is no clear funding source. Who funds operations after 2027? What if the shelter must close by 2029 before permanent housing is ready? These are not minor details. They determine whether this project will succeed or fail. For something this complex, residents deserve a full public explanation and open debate before any vote, not both on the same night. Transparency is not opposition. It's the foundation of public trust. San Rafael can lead with both compassion and accountability, but only if it lets the public in before the decisions are made. Thank you.
Oh my God. I find it interesting that you opened this meeting talking about small business and shopping small and local in San Rafael. When did you talk to Marin Ace, La Toscana, the Marin Dive? That's local small business. They don't want this. Have you considered them and what that impact on them and the people coming in and out now of the front Redwood instead of Marydale? I mean, I said the same thing at the JCC at your PR event. It's not about nobody doesn't care about homelessness. Eh, eh, I'm going to address you guys. Okay. Really, if you could address the council. Okay, I'll Thank you. address the council. Thank you. So I'm going to not waste a lot of time though in this. You guys, this is deceitful. It's deceitful. I said the same thing the other night. You guys backdoored it, and that's where the problem lies. And you guys need to vote on November 6th or 3rd or whatever it is, 2026, and vote for people who are going to have your best interests at heart. You need to have your community's best interest at heart, not going backdoor. And you all have. I wonder how your husband's investment firm would address something like this coming into his street. Okay? Where do you guys all live? Yeah, I it's know where always, enough you live. it's disappointing when it becomes personal, but I know it's emotionally charged. I know. If we can continue to provide input on the matter in front of us, right? We are ready for your comments.
Madam Mayor and Council, my name is Michelle Baumert, and I have lived in the San Rafael Meadows for over 25 years, a neighborhood of ice cream socials, summer barbecues, Easter egg hunts, and visits from Santa. I was deeply alarmed and disappointed to learn after the fact that the city had approved the construction of 65 tiny homes for the interim, then 80 permanent affordable housing units for individuals in the middle of a residential neighborhood. This decision was made without informing or involving the community that will be most impacted, and the lack of transparency feels like a breach of trust. Let me be clear. I believe strongly in supporting the unhoused, creating meaningful pathways to stability, but placing such a large transitional housing site in an area filled with children, family, and elderly residents is a major decision. Hold on. Oh my God, I'm gonna start to cry. Our residents deserve, please recognize the weight of what this decision means for our neighborhood. Our residents deserve the chance to be heard, to ask real questions, and to get clear, straightforward answers. And we are not turning our back on those that need help. We are pushing back against being blindsided by the choices that reshape our daily lives, our home, and our peace of mind. Being shut out of decisions that alter the fabric of our neighborhood and jeopardizing our sense of security. Ask yourself this question: if a decision this significant were happening in your neighborhood, how would you want your local officials to communicate to you?
Yeah, my name's Jerry with Integrity Electric. My address is 3817 Redwood Highway. It is one link, it's one cyclone fence away from the project. I've been there 17 years, and I'm not going to echo all the secrecy things that have been mentioned. It's been well established. But I would say that I have been observing the traffic patterns for 17 years. And that road is not a full road. It's, in my opinion, that a major public works widening of that road would be necessary before any consideration of using that road as the access into this area. Recently, Martin and Harris just moved in. They're our neighbors, nice neighbors. They have a lot of people. They used to be on the Miracle Mile. Guess where they are now? 3815 Redwood Highway. And this road, if you ever go there at lunchtime to have a burrito. And guess what? There's only one lane. You can't there's people this side, that's it. That road needs to be widened before you can do anything about egress and ingress. It's a serious thing. So I want you to not listen to how you've been secrecy and all that. That's already been well established and iterated. But what I'm here to say is I have large trucks coming in, deliveries, semis come down that road and have to turn around right there. You can't do it with this increased traffic. And I get permits and it says road impact. There's a road impact fee on my permits that tells me I can't get this permit until I pay the road impact fee. There is a road impact that has not been discussed today. And it is crucial that you pause and consider the thousands and thousands of dollars it will take to make a public works to widen that road to make it safe. That's an accident waiting to happen.
Hi, my name is David. I have a little bit different perspective than some here. I live in San Rafael in the Meadows neighborhood, and I volunteered to pick up trash there in the area. Marydale is already one of the more blighted, I would say, streets in San Rafael, and going forward with this project, I think would make it even more so. I won't get into the details of all the things I've picked up, but I can't imagine the situation is going to get better with this there. I've long wondered why. I think most people in this room want to help the less fortunate, including those who are unhoused, but this whole process should never have happened the way it did. This just should never have done this way to build community trust. And I'm really kind of shocked by the whole process. And I've thought a lot about this, and I'm thinking, why the need for speed? Why the need for secrecy? And I think a lot of this really comes down to money. You've got developers developing high-rise buildings downtown, and there seems to be a need to, and also property taxes from those buildings accruing to the various governments. And just today, yesterday, I saw in the paper, the only way is up in the Marin Independent Journal. Tom Monahan is having proposals for 2 high-rise buildings, including one that would be the tallest building in San Rafael tomorrow. And Mr. Monahan, I can assure you, doesn't have to worry about people coming onto his property. And in fact, he was a major contributor to the vice mayor's campaign. He and his corporate entity donated a total of $9,800 to the vice mayor. So I think money is driving a lot of this. There's this push to move the unhoused out of downtown and make way for the high-rise developers. And I think it's really unfortunate. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tim Park. I'm a resident of Terra Linda, but I worked at 350 Marydale for 10 years before it closed. And I want to, that area, that dead end there at the end of Marydale, already had unserved homeless. We dealt with them every morning when we got there. I can't imagine that this neighborhood is going to be anything but safer with a well-lit, patrolled, housed people with services in place. And I want to thank you all for considering compassion and getting these guys housed as quickly as possible. And I hope you approve the project. Thank you.
Yeah, you go. No, stick with the hand. Go ahead, sir.
Hi. My name is Dan Lazarus. I live at 300 Marydale. It's the apartment complex directly next to 350 Marydale. And I heard about this just 1 week ago, and I was very surprised. However, I do understand, my neighbors' fears about how the project was rolled out. But ultimately, I would like to advocate for the project. I do think that people need housing. I think the best way to get people off the streets is to house them. This is a as everyone has said, it's a nice, safe neighborhood, and I want to welcome them to the neighborhood, because if we do that, if we extend a hand, I do believe that it will allow them to transition back into society. And if we're all neighbors, if we're all friendly, all of these problems, I hear a lot of claims that the homeless, the unhoused, are these unhinged, drug-addled child predators. I don't believe in that cynical, approach. So I would like to welcome them as human beings. I would like my neighbors to maybe find a little bit of charitability as well and think about it. But that's really all I have to say. But nothing is perfect, but something is better than nothing. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tara, and I serve as a chaplain with Street Chaplaincy in San Rafael. Every week, we walk alongside people who are living outside, people who have names, stories, families, and dreams, just like each one of us. And just like those of you who live indoors, many are living with mental health issues, trauma from their life experiences, and addiction. What they need most is not judgment, but your love, safety, and stability so they can begin to heal. Fear is a powerful force. I get it. Fear of change, fear for your own safety, fear of what feels unfamiliar, but fear also closes us off. It's love that opens us up. Love reminds us that our well-being is bound in the well-being of others. The Marydale Home Project is more than a housing proposal. It's an incredible moral opportunity and a chance for the people of San Rafael to live out the values that we say that we hold dear here. Compassion, dignity, and community, as well as the belief that we actually are united against hate. People heal in connection, not in isolation. When we create spaces of belonging, people rediscover their purpose and hope. What I've heard tonight here is NIMBYism, when people say, not here, not near me. But as a street chaplain, I have learned there is no somewhere else. There's only here, there's only now, and there's only us. And the measure of a community's strength is not how it protects its own comfort, but for how it embraces its most vulnerable people. So I ask us to move this project forward, not from fear, but from faith in one another. Let Marydale be a sign that we believe in healing, in hope, and in the sacred worth of every person. When one person finds a home, the whole community is lifted. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jason Saris, and I want to share my lived experience to highlight why projects like Marydale Interim Shelter are so critical. I spent 12 years homeless, and for 10 of those years, I was a drug addict. The turning point for me was accessing a sanctioned camp. That stability, simply having a predictable place to be, allowed me to overcome my drug addiction while still living outside. From there, I engaged regularly with my caseworker, accessed on-site support services, addressed long neglected health issues, and received mental health care for both the trauma that led to my homelessness and the trauma of being homeless for so long. I moved into permanent supportive housing from the sanctioned camp I was living in, and I'm proud to say I have since successfully self-graduated from that program. Sanctioned camps throughout Marin have already helped nearly 200 people move into housing in the last couple of years. The Marydale Interim Shelter Project will build directly on this success. It will provide the structure and services people need to stabilize, heal, and transition into permanent housing. Everyone who will be moving into the cabins want to be in a home. No one grows up wanting to be homeless. I am living proof that when you combine safety, stability, and services, people truly can rebuild their lives. The Marydale Interim Shelter will give others the same opportunity I was given, and it will save lives. Please vote yes and approve this project. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Pat Langley, a San Rafael resident and a member of the Marin Organizing Committee, and I invite other members of MOC to stand. We're here in support of the Marydale Interim Shelter and Affordable Housing Project. MOC has been involved in issues regarding the unhoused for over 15 years. We've watched the evolution of policy and cooperation between the city, county, nonprofits grow. Since 2018, over 900 people have moved to permitted, often supported housing. I've seen the transformation once people have a good roof over their heads, a door to lock, and multidimensional support that allows individuals to learn or relearn skills, find and keep a job. The decision before you today is literally life-saving. I can't help but think of Pam Scoggins, who died in the Canal Fire. I met her when she was unhoused through the rotating emergency shelter. When she was a member of the streets team and she'd see me walking downtown, hi, Pat, with a big smile. We'd chat and my day was so much brighter. I attended her memorial. The Marin Community Health Clinic was packed. I heard stories after stories of how she advised friends on which agency could help with a problem, how she was unafraid to stand up and speak when something was unjust, how she would just be with someone who needed her. I left that memorial overwhelmed by Pam's impact. The Marydale project will give others the opportunity to move beyond just trying to get through the day. A scary,
If you could wrap up.
okay, a scary statistic, the largest growing group are seniors in homelessness. And I don't want to be living outside tonight. Vote yes.
Good evening. My name is Chaplain Chitoka Webb. I am also a pastor. Good evening, Madam Mayor and the council and the others before me. I just want to share two things that drastically changed my life. One was a quote that I read that said, "What if you died today and God asked you, how was heaven?" The second thing that changed my life, I live in San Rafael. I'm a member of First Presbyterian Church of San Rafael, and I did my internship there. And I got there one morning, and there was a man sitting at the door. And I thought he was a large man. And that night, it rained so much that the streets were flooded and people's homes was flooded. And I thought that he was a large man, you know, when I seen him at the door. But he stood up and water just flushed out of his shirt, out of his pants. And I asked him, "How long have you been here?" He said, "All night long." And I said, "Why didn't you go and get inside somewhere?" He said, "There was nowhere to go." And anytime a human being is hungry, cold, left, lonely, it is always urgent. Not a second can wait. And I'm proud of the work that you all have done. I'm proud of the slides and the information that you put together. I fully support what you're doing because you are truly saving lives. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Marguerite Moriarty. I'm a resident of San Rafael, and I'm going to be short. I'll
just piggyback on Pat Langley's remarks from Marin Organizing Committee. I absolutely support this program. I used to, when we had the REST program in the First Presbyterian Church in San Anselmo, those people were all unhoused and they came in. They had dinners with us. They were respectful, dignified, and really embarrassed that they had to come there to be housed. And I go to a meeting at the Methodist Church in Corte Madera. And right there in that Bank of America complex, there's a man there. He must come, sometime in the night and set up his mattress. It's the type that you blow up. And I just think to myself, this is Marin County, one of the most affluent counties and the oldest county in our state. Anyway, I support this program. I think it's really important that you vote yes. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ashlyn. I am the Director of Housing Justice with Community Action Marin, and I am here in support of 350 Marydale Project. Community Action Marin serves more than 5,000 households experiencing homelessness and or precariously housed. We believe that the 350 Marydale Project will fill critical gaps on any given night for any Marin resident who is experiencing homelessness. And we also believe that housing is fundamental for people to achieve well-being, economic stability, and ultimately to exit homelessness. The community's response around safety and community impact at the Marydale site are understandable. However, we believe this proposal addresses those concerns with plans for 24/7 professional staffing, management, and security, as well as code of conduct for participants to maintain safety and cleanliness for residents. This plan builds on successful approaches utilized at the Mahone Creek Path, which reduced unsanctioned encampments by 80% and reduced local calls to emergency assistance services near the camp and moved 68% of participants to permanent housing. We are in full support and we urge you to vote yes on this project. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Zoe Neal, here representing Make It Home Bay Area. Day 4. However, prior to this role, I spent about 8.5 years boots on the ground with our unhoused neighbors here in San Rafael with Downtown Streets team and throughout Marin as part of the county's incredible coordinated system of care. I'm also a San Rafael resident living about a mile away from the proposed site, and I am here tonight to express my strong support for approving the Marydale interim shelter and future affordable housing project. We know from local experience as well as evidence-based practices that safety, dignity, stability, and wraparound services paired with a housing-focused pathway are solutions that actually work. Over the past year especially, permanent supportive housing pathways, including our housing choice vouchers, Section 8, have become increasingly scarce and shelters have been pretty full. The supply side of reality simply does not match the need of our community at the moment. At the same time, broader political and economic uncertainty continues to shape our housing landscape, making it more challenging than ever for even the most experienced, dedicated, and innovative case managers to secure placements for folks. A yes for interim shelter now, paired with the future affordable homes, is the most responsible, necessary, evidence-aligned, and dignified path forward. And of course, as we are Make It Home Bay Area, we also want to let you know and the county know that we'll be ready to partner, helping to create beautiful, dignified, and thoughtfully furnished spaces so that every person who moves in doesn't just feel sheltered, but truly at home and valued so that they can start working on their housing and employment goals. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Collin and council members. My name is Karen Strolia. I'm the president and CEO of the San Rafael Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to express strong support for the interim housing project at 350 Marydale. The Chamber believes, and my years in social services confirm, that the only way to end homelessness is housing in all of the places that we can find it. This is a humanitarian crisis that we're currently facing, and too often, fear and media narratives fill in the gaps of what we don't understand. This project moves us toward real community-based solutions, I've seen firsthand that moving people directly from an encampment into permanent housing without transition time often leads to isolation and housing loss. Interim housing is the stabilizing bridge that helps people adjust, rebuild routines, and succeed long term. Some worry about moving people from downtown to Marydale, but stability, not proximity, is what makes services effective. When people are no longer in crisis mode, they can fully engage with case management, transportation, and additional support. From a business perspective, we hear concerns about downtown cleanliness and safety, but we cannot expect a thriving downtown while resisting the solutions that actually reduce street homelessness. If homelessness impacts our business district, then housing must be a part of the answer. The Housing First model, as was just mentioned, already delivers a 94% retention rate in Marin, one of the highest in the nation, and that's with limited interim options. Expanding interim housing will only strengthen these outcomes. And finally, cost. The Marydale project comes out to about $3,500 a person and is mostly covered by state and federal subsidies, not taxpayer dollars, while leaving people unhoused costs taxpayers over $25,000 per person each year in emergency and crisis response. Interim housing is both compassionate and fiscally responsible. The Chamber strongly urges you to approve the interim housing project at 350 Marydale so San Rafael can continue moving toward a safer, healthier, and more vibrant community for everyone. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Meredith Parnell. I'm the Chief Program Officer at the St. Vincent de Paul Society of Marin County, and I'm actually in the process of becoming a San Rafael resident. I will be as of Friday, moving into the Bret Hart neighborhood. We have 8 full-time housing case managers, many of whom are assigned to work with the people at the Mahone encampment and along Anderson Drive. Our case managers work to get people housed and then help them succeed in staying housed. We have had a good track record housing people from the previous encampment under the freeway in San Rafael and from Lee Gerner Park in Novato. And one of the reasons we've been so successful is that we have been able to provide consistent case management, which is a direct result of being able to locate our clients as they were allowed to stay in one place. Being able to locate a client to develop a stable long-term relationship makes a huge difference to being able to house someone successfully, and the Marydale Project offers this. In addition, because we believe in the dignity of all people, we understand the peace of mind and physical security that a locked door offers. Living on the street is exhausting. You must be in a constant state of vigilance as you are struggling to survive. You can't think about the future or make plans, let alone protect the kinds of documents you need to navigate life. Without a door, you have no heat and are at the mercy of the weather. It's very cold out there tonight. You also have no electricity, and having a charged phone is critical to keeping appointments and getting notifications about housing opportunities. The Mahone Creek encampment has been very well run, but having a locked door is the next crucial step toward allowing the healing necessary to recover from the stress of homelessness and provide the safety and security that these vulnerable people deserve. We are grateful that the County of Marin and the City of San Rafael are partnering to consider this interim housing solution that will allow us to continue working with these clients on a successful path toward permanent housing. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anna Hurtado. I'm the Chief Program Officer at Homeward Bound of Marin, and I'm here to speak in support of the project. Having a designated structured location allows individuals experiencing homelessness to access services, stabilize, and work toward permanent housing more effectively than in dispersed encampments. A site with clear expectations, oversight, coordinated services help create consistency for both participants and providers, and it supports a more organized approach for the surrounding community. We are also operating in a period where homeless services face significant uncertainties at the federal level. Stable support from our local communities can make meaningful difference in ensuring continuity of care, helping people to stay connected to resources that can lead to long-term housing. Thank you for your consideration and for your dedication in supporting individuals with respect and dignity, and to work collectively to reduce and ultimately end the experiences of homelessness within our community.
Mayor Kate, City Council members, staff, friends, and neighbors. My name is Sharna Deemer. I live in the Montecito area of San Rafael, where we have years of experience living next to formerly housed people. My husband actually talked about the welcome bench that we put in front of our house. So I'm going to talk about a different set of experiences. I'm a member of the Baha'i faith, and for many years, Baha'is took our turn providing meals for people who are homeless. It was an initiative of what was then called the Street Chaplaincy, and every Tuesday night, Christians, Jews, Muslims, and Baha'is would take our turn in rotation to bring 60 or 70 food for 60 or 70 folks who were unhoused. This was quite an education for me. My husband and I moved to San Rafael in 2002, and we joined this initiative. Before our first experience, I admit to being a bit apprehensive. I had never had any actual real contact with a homeless person. They're not my kind of people, I thought. My kind of people. The truth is, I really didn't know why people were unhoused. But having met literally hundreds of homeless people over the years, through this program taught me a lot. First, that unhoused people are people, as diverse as any group of people you might walk by on the street on Marydale Road, for example. Second, the hundreds of people I met were invariably courteous and respectful. They just wanted a home. Third, virtually all the people I met had grown up in Marin. Most of them had gone to San Rafael. They had families in Peacock Gap, for example. But they didn't get along with their families. Do any of you have members of the family that don't fit in? Can I tell you about my brother Bill? Well, not enough time.
No,
So I'm going to close. I'm going to close with this comment. The initiative ended feeding the homeless when the executive director of the homeless chaplaincy decided that us serving them was not actually helpful. He decided it was much more empowering for them to serve us.
Thank you.
So now on Tuesdays, if you want a free meal, you can go to First Presbyterian Church on First Street, and the homeless will feed you.
Thank you.
You might try it.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for having us tonight and for this conversation. My name is Jennifer Kiss, and I'm a resident of San Rafael, and I'm here in support of the brave and courageous move by yourselves, the council and the mayor, and the city partners, the county partners, in moving forward with the interim housing community on 350 Marydale. This is an evidence-based model, an effective, humane solution to addressing street homelessness with compassion, pragmatism, and fiscal responsibility. In addition to being a resident of San Rafael, I am also the Chief Strategy Officer for Dignity Moves, which is a nonprofit developer of these cabin communities around California. So we have about 2,000 units that are currently open and operating around the state in communities that include San Jose, San Francisco, Roanoke Park, Modesto, Oakland, Watsonville, San Luis Obispo, Thousand Oaks, Santa Barbara. This issue and this solution is one that is widespread in terms of the issue, and we've experienced a very effective reception and efficacy of the model in the communities that have opened. I want to offer up myself as a fellow resident and neighbor in San Rafael, and also my organization, Dignity Moves, as a resource for the neighbors here in San Rafael. I would love to engage with them to learn more about how this model works and how they are in practice, and the experience of the neighbors that happen over time, right, from the time when it was proposed through opening. So I offer up our organization and our experience in that. There were some questions earlier about the acceptance rates. For the Dignity Moves communities, we have.
You could just finish up. Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so we have 100% acceptance rates across our sites, and they are very well received both by the neighbors and by the residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
First, I'd like to thank everybody that's here tonight. Thank you for coming. My name is Edward Metz. I'm 67 years old. I've been homeless for some time. And when I first heard of these tiny homes, I was excited. Will no longer be. I like to say houseless, not homeless. I will no longer be without a house. And I can assure the people that live in the area where the new site is, we will adapt and I like to use the term trust is a way of knowing. Once you get to know us, you can trust that we will be a community of people that will add to your community. We'll be a community within a community. We will police our own people. And if there's any problems with any of them, we will seriously talk to them. And they can even be removed, as has been done at the place where I stay now. I want to thank everybody and let them know that they can trust us in their community. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward.
Good evening, Mayor Collin, members of the City Council. My name is Mario Ernesto Lopez. I'm the community advocate for the canal in West Marin at the Marin Community Foundation. I'm also a proud Santa Fe resident. For decades now, all you have to do is look across on 3rd Street, 2nd Street, 4th Street, and see that we've had an increasing homeless population. One that was exacerbated by the Great Recession, then came COVID, and now a national affordability crisis. But homelessness is not an issue that is unique to Santa Fe or to Marin County. It's a state and national issue. Yet the reality is that local municipalities such as Santa Fe and Marin are the ones charged with addressing the issue of homelessness. They're the ones that are in charge of finding solutions. Here in our community, we've had hearing after hearing. We've had report after report. We've had, grant funding on how we're going to address this issue. And yet the issue only gets worse. However, this time it's a little bit different because we have something that's different here. First of all, we found a site. Second, there's a willing partnership between the city of Santa Fe and the county of Marin. And most importantly, there's the opportunity to actually make a difference for our community members. Yes, they may not live right next door to us. They may live down the street. They may live on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Street, but they are Santa Fe community members. And as part of the Marin Community Foundation, our job is to help the most needy. And so we urge you to support this initiative, this partnership, but most importantly, this opportunity to actually make a difference for folks like Ed and so many others that have been part of our community. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kate and Santa Fe Council members. My name is Ethan Stroll. I grew up within a mile of 350 Marydale, and I'm here to support the interim housing proposed there. The goal of this project is to support people who are currently living in tents to transition to stable living situations. They're Marin community members I have talked to a few folks at Mahone Path who have grew up in Marin and have lived here for decades. I spoke to other people besides Ed who also strongly expressed a desire to establish norms in their community that are respectful to potentially future neighbors. I also want to speak briefly about the public process for approving 350 Marydale that a lot of people have been speaking about. This step has come after years of public conversations around a community-wide issue, which is that there are people who live in public spaces because they're unable to keep up with Marin's intense housing market. Examples of this public process. In 2023, the city asked dozens of unhoused folks in San Rafael what was the greatest barrier to finding permanent housing. The majority answered that it was the lack of affordable housing. This project stems directly from the needs that the community expressed. Also in 2023, the city zoned the site for multifamily housing. This came after an extensive public process, the City of San Rafael's housing element. If our city had to go through lengthy public processes to agree on a site before every public project, we would struggle and likely fail to find the sites that address this public issue. We would always lose out to private buyers. I strongly believe that interim housing at 350 Marydale will make our community a better, more supportive place, and I encourage you all to move forwards. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dalma Suarez. I am the Director of Programs at Legal Aid of Marin. We are the only organization in Marin County that provides free legal assistance to low-income individuals facing eviction. We also operate the Marin Community Court and Alternative Justice Court in partnership with Marin County Superior Court, where we help many unhoused residents resolve lifestyle infractions, such as jaywalking and obstructing the sidewalk, as well as traffic tickets and parking fines. Through our housing law department, we assist low-income tenants in responding to eviction cases, navigating everyday landlord-tenant issues. Because of this work, we see the housing crisis in its rawest form. People experiencing homelessness are repeatedly swept from place to place, often having their belongings confiscated and left with nowhere to go. We see tenants evicted straight into homelessness, and without affordable housing options, the number of individuals visibly living on our streets and in their vehicles will only continue to rise. Projects like 350 Marydale are not only crucial for many, they are a lifeline. I also speak as a San Rafael resident and young professional living and working in the city. Like many tenants here, I am rent burdened and higher risk of being priced out of San Rafael. My family, friends, and communities members are one emergency away from homelessness, so projects like 350 Marydale are becoming urgent. I want to thank the City Council for moving us towards real solutions. The 350 Marydale project is exactly the kind of housing intervention our city has needed for decades. So thank you for looking at real solutions for this issue.
Evening. My name is Luke Barnesmore. During my day job, I work to prevent homelessness and displacement among older people. I'm going to speak in my personal capacity tonight. My grandparents lived off of North San Pedro for about 3 decades. They now live at Drake Terrace, just about 2 blocks away from the proposed site. My dad now lives in that same house on North San Pedro with my 11-year-old brother. And we're proud to be a part of the solution. We don't expect this kind of work to be done in somebody else's neighborhood. We feel a sense of care and responsibility for our community members who have become unhoused. And I encourage everybody to take responsibility for our society. Given where we're at this point, it's essential that people lean into their responsibility for others, not try and push it away, not use process-based arguments to avoid the fact that you're making a morally reprehensible argument. And so I thank you all for the work that you're doing, and I encourage you strongly to hold to what is right and take care of the folks who are most in need. Thank you.
Hey, good evening. My name is Jenny Lee. I own a small business in this neighborhood, tiny small business. I heard pros and cons on both sides tonight. I think the local people are probably worried about the safety issue, and they worried about their home value probably get lost, and their business could get impacted. I think on the other side, we have this housing crisis, and the people are living outside. But I think as you guys just presented, we probably should have a more creative solution. Right now, I think the city and the county are trying to force this site more like in a rush. But on the other hand, I think why should we just limit to this small neighborhood? Why can't we acquire a industrial zone property, which maybe a little bit away from the residential neighborhood? Because as you guys said, it could be very flexible about the zoning approval regarding to the homeless shelter in the previous document which I saw. So I think what we could do is maybe not just limit it to this residential area. We could just enlarge to I know a lot of office building are kind of vacant. They have quite a big, large lot we could utilize, and also is not located on the small narrow street. Marydale is a very narrow street, and for homeless, if they this shelter, if there's any like a health issue, the emergency or the fire engine comes to the street is not going to be that convenient. But while in the industrial zone, usually a lot of the building are on the big street. I just want to provide some suggestion. Maybe you can think about some other sites, besides just this one. Okay.
I'm Andy Lee. I'm a small business owner, and I want to object to two parts. One is the declaration of a state of emergency to kind of bypass the rules of getting the permits and everything. That to me is a little bit like cheating. The rules are in place for a reason, and it's not like I, as a small business owner, can just sign a document and say, well, I waive all the rules and give myself a free pass on all these things. So I don't feel it's right to just sign away those just because I'm declaring a state of emergency. Like, what is the qualification for declaring that state of emergency? Have we met that criteria, and how do we decide whether that's appropriate or not? Second point I wanted to make was about beating a dead horse about the process. I keep hearing about this is a data-driven approach, but I've only seen the data really from one side. If your position, your arguments are really that strong, then you should be able to present that information to everybody. Let everybody see the pros and the cons. I understand there are pros and cons for all sides, but if we don't see it, then how can we know that this is the right decision to make? So I think just to reiterate that's what's already been said before, this needs to be transparent. We can't vote on this without knowing, is this really what we as a community agree has the right trade-offs? Thanks.
Hello, I am going to start off by reading a public comment that my daughter submitted online this morning, and then I'll try and squeeze mine in. She said, "Hi, my name is Delilah, and I am 8 years old. I live in San Rafael. I think we should all be kind to homeless people because it is not nice to be mean to people that don't have much. Once you get to know them, they are really nice. Pretend it was you that was homeless. I don't think it would feel very good if it was raining and your tent had a hole in it. I mean, you can't even imagine what it would feel like. In school, if another kid is sitting on a bench or on the ground by themselves, we are taught to go ask them if they want to play or make up a game with us. We include other kids if they are sitting alone. You should always be kind to other people because if you do something, your kids will follow it. To be kind, you have to treat people how you would want to be treated. I think the tiny homes would be a good thing for people that are homeless because they would finally get some good sleep and they would have things that people need to survive. Thank you." And hi, my name is Sarah McAvoy, and I'm a Terralinda resident, a mother, and someone who was formerly homeless. I want to speak in strong support of the Tiny Home Project. From the time we our kids are young, we teach them about sharing, kindness, and empathy. Schools emphasize anti-bullying, inclusion, and being good to one another. And as parents, we tell our children that it's our responsibility not only to keep them safe, but to model what it means to be good humans in our community. That's why it's disappointing and quite frankly hypocritical to see so many comments opposing this project in the name of protecting children. You cannot teach kindness and reject housing for people who need it. You cannot preach empathy to your children while advocating against basic dignity of your unhoused neighbors. This tiny home project will increase the safety for both people that live there and for people in the community. I also want to address the concerns about transparency. I understand the frustration. I really
Sarah,
do.
if you could wrap up.
But I have to say that transparency only seems to matter when the outcome doesn't go your way. That's not principled civic engagement. It's selective outrage. Thank you.
Hi, Michael Walpert, resident of San Rafael. I'm active in stuff, HOA boards, nonprofits, and I wanted to salute you for your humanity. This is a very difficult thing. And what I hear, at least tonight, is not a level of hatred for homeless people, but issues with communication. Okay, seems to be some issues with communication. However, I know from my own personal experience over a decade coming to this podium that our city works. I had the pleasure, I'm glad she's gone, of riding along with Lynn Murphy years ago, doing a documentary. I'm a filmmaker working on a project called Run for Something, and inspiring people to be part of government and solutions. We've all learned a lot about how government works today, sometimes slowly, then quickly, but never in darkness. And I think there have been some unfair accusations leveled against you, some personal vitriol that's probably not necessary, but it comes from fear. Fear breeds fear, breeds fear, breeds fear. In my neighborhood, we had terrible fear about, there's going to be tents in the park, and I had a woman tell me my children were going to be murdered. Really hysterical level of fear. And we never had a single tent in our neighborhood. We never had a single problem. We never have. But all of us in this room are, by world standards, wealthy, whether we measure our money in millions or thousands. And the level of humanity that it takes to make sure that everybody goes home and has a roof over their head and somewhere to lay their head to get some sleep is the most important thing. It's what makes us wealthy. We live here on purpose because we're humans and we care about humans. And there's going to be some fear about this. There's going to be some fear about that. Nobody wants it in their backyard, but it's not a catastrophe. It's a solution for people that want to hand up, not a handout.
If you could
And
wrap up.
I thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kate and council members and staff. Thank you for taking this agenda up tonight. First thing I want to say is from everybody from the neighborhood, this is what happens when a community can come together around a common purpose and organize. I'm a part of a community in Marin. I'm a part of a community right here in San Rafael that's done just that. And that's the providers and the county and the city of San Rafael that have housed 900 people since 2017. And that's what you heard about earlier, that 93% are still housed. So it's not about will we end homelessness in Marin. We are ending homelessness in Marin, and we know how to do it, and we know how to run projects like this so that your worst fears in your neighborhood do not come true. I'm also a homeowner. I'm a family man. I wouldn't allow those things to happen in my neighborhood, but I would definitely say yes to this project in my neighborhood. Over my 33 years in my career, I've been to so many meetings like this, and tonight, a lot of the argument is around process, but the end result is usually the same. It's not the right time, it's not the right place. We're not going to end homelessness by not building housing. We're not going to end homelessness by not supporting projects like this. I want to wrap up personally. So 36 years ago, I had an opportunity at shelter, treatment for my severe mental illness, and treatment for my severe substance use disorder. None of you would have wanted to sit next to me prior to 36 years ago. None of you would have felt safe having me in a room like this or in your home prior to 36 years ago. And today, I'm a family man. I got a family and kids that I take care of. I'm a homeowner.
I'm the CEO of freaking Ritter Center. I'm standing before y'all, right? And that's a result of people giving me the opportunity that I needed at the right time. And like my friend back here that I've been talking with, when we're given opportunity, we capitalize on it. And that's how we get to those higher levels of stuff. So you all are involved and everybody's listening right now. So don't back off of your involvement. You need to push us as providers. You need to push the city. So this project is the project that you will be proud to have in your neighborhood. And it's our responsibility to deliver that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Frank Mason. I live in the San Rafael. I guess I first wanted to start with Lynn already left, but I think that our other people's characterizations of our neighborhood aren't it. I live in that neighborhood. I love what Lynn does. I had a business in downtown and I saw where they could help people. But when you get to it, why are we here? First, for the record, I object under the Brown Act due to the incomplete public notice and undisclosed financial obligations. They weren't disclosed. They weren't in the agenda. You're doing half-truths. It's not there. You can look again. I had your city clerk look one day. And that's the problem. It's not in the agenda. The problem isn't your program. It's you. You've made this decision for whatever reason. I don't know. I can't imagine a reason somebody would make this decision because like the mayor and I had a personal conversation and you want to talk about trust? She said, yes, I'll have a conversation with you if we record it. You know, I don't really jump on the first trust level for me. So, okay, I guess I can go there. And in that recorded conversation, she said she agreed that we had been blindsided. That's not us. That's on you. You did it, no one else. And then when you go down the list about half-truths, well, with half-truths with our children, sorry, you call it a lie. You don't say a half-truth. So the reality is the half-truth, starting right here with John. In the meeting, he looked at us and said, those list of 20 sites are there. Just look at on the internet, you got it. I went to the clerk's office the next day. They don't exist. That's either a half-truth or a lie. We can move down the line.
If you could wrap up.
What?
Wrap up. Just finish the next couple sentences, please.
I'll get there. The attorney, he lied today. He started out saying that immediately, as soon as you sign yes tonight, it was going to end. No, I'm going to finish. But the reality is later, after he was confronted by the truth, he then changed his words to the 24th.
If you could
so
finish,
he lied.
You could finish, sir.
Yeah, and now we're doing about the apples and oranges. Your crime thing was all apples and oranges. They weren't an exact example of our neighborhood going to an area. They were a crime-ridden area that then got an encampment. Well, of course it's going to help that area. Ours isn't that. Same way with the financials. The financial that you listed was about an LA area that was crime-ridden and got a much better financial prices because they got an encampment.
Finish. Everyone else met the time requirement.
Yeah, I got it.
Thank you.
But
thank you for your comments.
But
Sit down.
be the one looking out for us, and you blew it off, and in the process, the homeless are getting beat up.
I hear you. I hear you.
That's wrong. I can't. When they lied to me, I can't.
Good evening, Mayor Kate and council members. My name's Trevor Bergen. I'm a resident of San Rafael, the Terra Linda neighborhood, and I'm here simply as a neighbor and a community member to express my support for the Marydale land acquisition and offering tiny home housing for our unhoused neighbors currently living in encampments and a path to longer term affordable housing for our community. I believe the proposal before you represents, and I've been very impressed by the presentations today, a balanced and thoughtful approach to an extremely challenging situation. one that prioritizes temporary housing and meaningful support services while also recognizing the urgent need for long-term affordable housing in San Rafael. Our city, like so many in this region, desperately needs more permanent, stable options, and I appreciate this plan looks beyond short-term solutions towards lasting impact. I'm grateful for my participation with my religious community, which has helped myself, my family, and my friends have the privilege of partnering and volunteering and working closely with many organizations locally here with St. Vincent de Paul, with Ritter Center, with Homeward Bound, and participate in about last year, the permanent housing for homeless veterans in Marin County, and ending homelessness among veterans. My wife was just at the Seeds of Hope today, working with those wonderful people. And through these partnerships, I've seen both the complexity and the need and tremendous good that happens when housing is paired with compassionate, structured support. I've also seen firsthand the success of similar tiny home projects at COTS in Petaluma, which was alluded to earlier. There, where temporary housing combined with case managers, wraparound services, it works, right? People stabilize, they rebuild, they move forward. It's a reasonable, proven approach with clear timelines and measurable outcomes. And I'm grateful to the city for pursuing solutions that honor both the dignity of these individuals and the well-being of the broader community. And I thank you for your time and for your continued efforts to support our city and members here. Thank you.
Hi there. I came to address 2 points, one of which was just brought up as it relates to the negative data and the empirical research. The truth is the success and failure of these types of shelters depend on only 2 things. One is transparency, clear failure. You got hundreds of people that said that. The second is operational management. Security, let's start there. Security is outsourced and no representative was even available at the roundtable. Security is entirely a question. Operations are run by FS Global. This has nothing to do with their core competencies. This line of work is not even mentioned on their homepage or their listed services. They've had 1 contract behind Mahone Valley, and the contract was not renewed. I repeat, it was not renewed, and it was given to competition. Operations beyond the fiscal year are a complete unknown. FS Global's contract is up in June of 2026. Every timeline presented leaves no operational plan by the time this place opens. Per several case studies, including Georgetown University, here's what we should expect. A cycle of displacement and criminalization worsen outcomes for both residents and neighborhoods, public costs increase due to emergency services and law enforcement interventions, and property values to decrease between 15 and 25%. I encourage you to look at some of these studies that don't just paint rosy pictures. Point 2, the roundtable discussion did allow Assistant City Manager John Stefanski to inform us that the city has plans to build a police substation on site because there is, quote, no other place to build it. While a number of people jumped up at this related to security, what I've been thinking about is the U.S. District Attorney's Office doing a presser looking for fraudulent use of dedicated funds. The reality is that the grant money being used for this project, which the city is using $6.4 million to secure the site, is actually being bought because the city needs the property for a police station. Let me say that again. The city is taking money from all of you to fund their police station. I'm no lawyer, so I don't know what fraud is, but I definitely have some doubts about what's taking place here.
Hello, my name is Alex Stricker. I am a resident of the San Rafael Meadows. I first want to recognize the noble work that a lot of my neighbors and friends on this side have been doing, and I didn't know about a lot of that work until tonight. I want to come here tonight as a 20-plus year business owner in downtown San Rafael. I built my first business in downtown San Rafael in 2003. I currently own 3 businesses in downtown San Rafael. I have called the non-emergency hotline hundreds of times, and I have stood in front of my businesses in downtown San Rafael and waited and waited and waited for no one to come when there are people who may or may not be unhoused, who are menacing our neighbors, who are causing disturbances, and it is not a priority of SRPD to show up. If you ask them publicly, they will say it's a priority, but it is not. And the SAFE team is great. Guess what time they go home? 8 p.m. That's awesome. So at 8 p.m., who is looking after the neighborhood or our area when they go home? And I guarantee you, in the shadow of the Santa Fe Police Station, they're not showing up. So what's to say that they're going to show up after 8 p.m. out there in our neighborhood? And you know, the high fives and handshakes that my neighbors echoed with your press conference is one of the wildest things I've ever seen. And whatever happens here, and I'm urging for a no vote on this, you have to, one of you has to own that you misplayed this. This was a disaster, a PR disaster for all of you, for you to high five and handshake and then begin community outreach. So I am not diametrically opposed to this, but there has to be more time given to the concerns, the real safety concerns of my neighbors. People feel unsafe. And the talk about the safety over on this side, you know, I understand that, but I have 3 children. I have an elderly mother that all live in the neighborhood, and they are scared.
If you could
They
wrap
are
up.
scared,
You could
okay?
wrap up.
And I understand that the fear breeds, I heard it, right?
Okay.
But you have to listen to the community members that are actually frightened. It's not about traffic. It's not about the view. My
Thank you,
view isn't
Alex.
blocked. There isn't going to be a traffic impact. This is about neighbors that are scared. And please vote no and take the time
Thank you,
to
Alex.
listen to them.
Hi, I'm Kathy Minovi. I've lived in the Rafael Meadows neighborhood since 1990. I want to just remind us all, somebody else brought it up, the golden rule. There's 2 versions of it I want to reiterate, which is that to do unto others as you would want done unto you. And that sometimes means giving people a hand up. And this project has a lot of merits in how it could work. Then there is the other version, which is do not do unto others as you would not have them do unto you. And I have to say that when it came to how this was played on the neighborhood and just thrust upon us, the press conference, it felt like backing us into a corner. Don't you dare say anything now. You're going to look like a bunch of NIMBYs, no matter how we actually feel about helping homeless people. And that is just shameful. And I want to let you know that that is not okay. I want you to do something for us and walk with us. I want you to imagine this is happening in your neighborhood, the way you played it out on us, and back off, slow down. Let's have us be able to be part of this project that has merits. And I also want to say that our little area, no matter what neighborhood you live in, if you're on a neighborhood that's one of the many infills over the last couple of decades that have gotten filled in and increased the traffic, we have had 0 infrastructure improvement on Marydale Road. We do not have continuous crosswalks that get from end to end to get people to the public transit. And more important for our young people, there is no safe route to schools from our neighborhoods on through the south side of the smart tracks to get to the schools that are our schools on the east side of the highway. We want help. It's time to give us some attention. If you want to give us a reason to feel like you care about us, let's put some attention. Give us a silver lining. Let's do this in a way that makes sense, not just for homeless people, but for the whole community. And that includes making amends and slowing down.
You could wrap up.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ruth Fosmick. I live in Terra Linda, San Rafael, have for almost 30 years. I'm a social worker in the community, and I can tell you if you've heard one story of a homeless person, you've heard one story of a homeless person. There are so many reasons that people in Marin have become homeless over the years, and many elderly are homeless. My husband and I took in a kid who was 18 and his parents lost their home. You know how expensive it is to live here. And if you know what the wages are like in Marin, you know that there are a lot of people at risk. And it happens to so many of our own neighbors. I'm just glad you're entertaining this idea. When I heard about it, I was like, oh my God,
Wonderful. We've been trying to do this for so many years. Thank you.
Hello. I might be missing something here. So from what I'm understanding is nobody on either side of the aisle has a problem with this proposal for this program. The issue seems to center around the location, right? We haven't had breakdowns of crime statistics, right? Like we had requested. We've had the Mahone and Lindaro area crime has gone down. How huge was it before? Because if you look at arrest records, it's still very high. I appreciate everybody's work who's for and trying to help homeless, but we're not saying why this location is the best location. Why does this impact, how this impacts the community is what everybody is here for. And they're saying, hey, we don't want this in this location because of these reasons. And those have never been addressed on this side. It's just, hey, we finally got the money and we're jamming it in this neighborhood. Great, I support it. On the other side, most of the people for it are people who work in the industry and are promoting those programs. And I understand that, and these people need help. But this location is obviously not the right place. And the people who live there are literally trying to explain that to you guys time and time and time again, and it seems to be falling on deaf ears. And I think that's one of the main reasons why people are so upset, aside from the transparency. We haven't seen, which hasn't been addressed, the statistics on homeless and substance abuse, the statistics on homeless and psych, right? Psych issues. What is that? You can't lie. Statistics can't lie. You can't finagle those in a way you want when you see those problems, right? Arrests, statistics, why people are creating those crimes, like how crime is going to spike in that area. And then the other study that we wanted that nobody did is the amount of kids and elderly in the area and the daycares and senior centers. That has never been addressed, and that has never been confirmed and said, hey, this is how we're going to help. That's never just been done. I think those are the real issues that are affecting the community side that really have never been addressed. And I get that you guys don't want to address them because when you do, it's going to be negative. And I get that everybody wants to push this through, but somebody help us out, please. People are livid. It's ridiculous. I just don't understand. Don't understand. Thank you for your time.
Is that my?
You can pull it, just grab it and pull it down. There you go.
Yeah. It's supposed to be, yeah, it's supposed to be here. Yeah, right there. Okay, perfect. My name is Judith Allen. I'm here tonight as a grandmother speaking for the smallest member of our family, my toddler grandson, and for all the children who call this area, this neighborhood home. This is a community filled with young families. We have daycares, we have a K-8 school, we have children walking to class every morning and teens coming home from school in the afternoons. And we have parents working incredibly hard to afford their mortgages and rents so they can raise their children in a safe, stable neighborhood. Every one of those families deserves transparency, honesty, and a chance to participate in decisions that affect our safety and our future. My grandson deserves a safe walk to school. He deserves to play in his front yard and ride his bike without fear. He deserves a community where parents' voices are heard, not shut out, not dismissed, and not bypassed through a rushed process that has lacked openness from the beginning. The Brown Act exists to protect exactly this, trust between a community and its government. But families here have experienced the opposite, withheld information, incomplete outreach, and last-minute disclosures on a project that directly impacts children, teens, and working parents. We're not asking the city to ignore the needs of the unhoused. We are asking for a process that respects everyone with transparency, proper environmental review, full public records, and true community engagement before decisions are finalized. Tonight, I ask you to slow down. Every neighborhood deserves a city government that honors the laws meant to protect us all.
That was my mom. I'm the mother of the toddler. My name is Mary Ellen Mullen Fong, and I live 700 feet from the proposed site. In California, we have a powerful promise written into law, the Ralph M. Brown Act. It was created for one purpose, to ensure that the people's business is done in public. It protects transparency, participation, and trust, but that did not happen here. Instead, we've seen months of closed-door discussions, withheld information, delayed records, and then a sudden rollout of a plan that was already in motion. The city repeatedly told us, quote, could not comment because of the Brown Act, yet tonight you are rushing toward a multi-million-dollar decision before the public has even seen all of the documents. Our Spanish-speaking neighbors, specifically at 300 Marydale, received no outreach. Not one Spanish language flyer, and I don't see them here represented in the room except for myself, who's spoken to several of these families in Spanish, in person, with children, in the daycares, and in the schools. That's not public engagement, it's negligence for low-income families, Spanish-speaking, living next door to the site. When I requested a public hearing transcript from June 2024, the city attorney told me that the city was, quote, not in possession of it. That was false. The city hired the court reporter who produced that transcript over a year ago. And when I exposed that inconsistency and that company called your office, the record suddenly appeared in my email on Friday. In the public record released to me, unhoused residents testified under oath, about rape, battery, assault, and ongoing violence inside your encampments. These are serious safety concerns for them, and for the neighborhoods where you are now proposing to relocate. I have one final thing to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. The environmental findings have not been released, and this is a federally protected area with a critical habitat, and that is concerning as well. Thank you for your time, and I do want to say I deeply appreciate the work of the social services in this county because I've worked in social services for 25 years.
Good evening. My name is Brenna Holland. And I first of all want to just thank everybody who's here tonight, all of the people who've made presentations. I just really appreciate your community service. So I'm a member of the executive board of St. Vincent de Paul. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, thanks. So I'm a member of the executive board at St. Vincent de Paul. So we're obviously very concerned about homelessness. I'm a regular volunteer at Seeds of Hope. I was there today. And I spent some time with one of somebody I've worked with in the past who was homeless, and now he is fully employed. He is a manager of a sober living environment. He's purchased a car. He's supporting his family. There really are hopeful stories. And you know, when it gets really cold at night, I've spent many hours talking with people who have lived on the streets. And when it gets cold out night and really rainy, it's disturbing to me. So I really feel like this effort is a major effort of compassion. And I frankly appreciate the leadership, the visionary leadership of the people who work for the city of San Rafael. And my experience with the presentations here, they were extremely thorough. They were well organized. They incorporated a lot of public feedback. I attended the first webinar, and it was just all the questions that were had. They were turned over to San Rafael professionals who didn't. I mean, I'm a lawyer. I really track whether an answer is correct, and these answers were thorough and careful. And so, you know, my experience in watching this, and also just hearing again in this presentation, you know, there will be opportunities for community input and feedback. So I invite this council to support this really worthwhile effort. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Victoria Holdridge. I'm also from the Marin Organizing Committee, and I've been a resident of Terra Linda for 37 years. I'm a Unitarian Universalist, and at the center of our religion is love. Literally, love is at the center of our religion. The first principle is the inherent worth and dignity of every human being. Thank you for the work you're doing. It's amazing work. I fully support this effort to give people the opportunity to lift themselves with help out of homelessness. Thank you. Bless you.
My name is Stuart Shepard. I've been a 30-year resident of Rafael Meadows. Why do we need to move the individuals from where they are? If there are problems at the current site, it is reasonable to conclude that the same problems will also occur at the new site. The camp will have security, yet camp security will just force campers to engage in restricted activities off-site. This will create unsanitary conditions, illegal activities such as alcohol and drug use in the adjacent residential areas. No one wants to view these illicit activities or the refuse they leave behind. The surrounding community is populated with peaceful families, many with small children. It is imperative that these behaviors are not viewed by children. If there are problems, and there will be, we are told to call the police. At present, such problems do not exist and the calls are not necessary. It is a certainty that police calls will increase. There have been over 70 police calls to the downtown camp this year alone. A list of sites was handed out at our last gathering. Thank you. It listed secluded, commercial, and residential sites. A residential site is the worst choice. 350 Marydale is a residential site. Residential sites are occupied 24 hours a day. This increases the chance of conflict between residents and members of the surrounding community. This camp should not be located in a residential neighborhood. Your flyer says that it's only temporary, that you planned a permanent structure in the future. At that time, where will the encampment go? Why not save the cost of moving the encampment and place them there now? I do support the aid of the homeless that is planned. However, I urge you to find a more appropriate site to fulfill the needs of our homeless residents, and in so doing, keep all neighborhoods safe.
Good evening. My name is Grace Garrity, and I have been a resident of Terra Linda for 39 years. First, I want the council members and community at large to know that I am very much in favor of finding practical long-term solutions for the unhoused population in San Rafael. I have always been a strong advocate for permanent, affordable housing. The 350 Marydale project is not in my backyard. I live totally on the other side of Terra Linda, so why am I here? I am here because I strongly believe that our local elected officials should follow through on their campaign promises. Mayor Cullen, Councilmember Kurtz, and Marin County Supervisor Mary Sackett all stipulated transparency as one of their fundamental principles during their election campaigns. I, like many here today, voted for all three and want to know why there were backroom deals between the city and the county on this project. I request that the project be paused and that a neighborhood advisory board be formed consisting of residents and commercial owners so that the discussions go forward with the city, county, and the neighborhood advisory board collaborating together on the best solutions to use this infill property. Thank you for listening, and remember that inclusive, transparent government builds strong communities.
Good morning, City Council. Susan Coleman here speaking for Responsible Growth in Marin. It's been a little while since we've seen each other. we've had a number of calls from our members who are concerned about the process surrounding the decision-making for this project. The community members know so little, as we've heard, so I won't belabor the point. RGM as a general concept supports infill permanent housing, affordable housing with due process and transparency. So this is one of many other projects that will come up in front of the communities and in front of you. And it's important to set a precedent on getting this right and making it transparent so people can feel heard and understood. I really don't hear anybody saying they don't want a project there. I think what they're saying is they really just want to understand what's going on and have a conversation. Responsible Growth in Marin agrees with that process, and we thank you for your hard work. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Gabriella Shea, and I am here in support of transparency. My husband and I have lived in Marinwood, not locally here, but close enough, for 30 years and have enjoyed raising our children there. Our community was blindsided by an upcoming development that was approved at Marinwood Plaza. We are very active in our neighborhood and do our best to stay informed. So if information was published, it must have been buried somewhere because we never saw it before the project was approved. I'm here in solidarity because we found that our neighbors and friends were also uninformed as well. Unfortunately, I see this happening again in this nearby community. Marinwood Plaza stood vacant for many years, and many residents in the area were in favor of building affordable housing, including myself and my husband. Our concern revolved around density. We never got the chance to weigh in on this factor. My husband and I attended a gathering organized by the county after it had been approved. The meeting was, in my opinion, a PR session to promote what had already been decided. We were shocked to find that many of the questions that we asked, had not been addressed in the planning. The answer we received was simply, "We will cross that bridge when we get there." Residents should have a voice before it's too late. I ask you to please pause your decision and have the residents weigh in on this. Thank you for your time.
Hey, everyone. My name is Eric Bobrow. I run the San Rafael Meadows website, email list, and WhatsApp group. I'm communications manager for the Neighborhood Association. I support this project, but not here. I support the interim shelter concept. I love all of the social work. I love the idea of helping the homeless. I do not feel comfortable with the process that's brought it to 350 Marydale. There is so many things that were left loose ends, things about the crime going down, but we have no crime really in our neighborhood. So we're going to have these people come, and we'll be happy if there is not so much crime. We have a walkway to school that is not official, but it goes underneath the freeway, and the kids use that. That's right next to 350 Marydale. There was supposed to be funding in the Biden administration to improve the smart train crossing area, and it got withdrawn. So it's up in the air, but that's where kids go, right next to this. We haven't seen any real studies of the sites. I've heard about the school thing that way out sort of on San Pedro Road that was just announced. It's for sale. It's owned by, I think, a charity or Catholic group or something like that. There are all sorts of sites that should be considered. The Armory, I don't know the ins and outs, but we've never seen the criteria for the site. So again, I support the concept, the idea of the interim shelter, the cabins, the security, giving people a chance, but not before we have a discussion of where this really belongs. Thank you. So pause, I'm asking you to pause the decision.
Hey, you guys. Fatai, San Rafael. I'm here because I wanted you guys to approve this. From a personal level, work-wise, I used to work with these folks, and I know some of the faces here. I'm nobody when it comes to this, you know, but I moved here to San Rafael since 2009, and I have the two families that I have. I don't have any other family members here. The homeless people in my rugby community, like they were my families. I know them, they know me, you know. I didn't prepare a script, no, because that's not how we communicate with these guys, you know, like we sit down and we talk, you know, like whatever. I love these communities. I hear both sides, left and right. Yes. You know, we have that all the time. And we can do these all day long and, you know, for months and maybe a year or two. It's still going to be the same. Like there's always someone who will come up with something. But to see these folks take at least one baby steps in some sort of directions, in the right directions, I would do it 24/7. So I'm here literally just to beg you guys to move this thing forward. So thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Carter Phelps, resident of San Rafael, and we too want that kind of talk. But I'm here tonight because of the process, not the issue of homelessness. This has violated the basic expectations of transparency, honesty, and public involvement. We learned about the 350 Marydale proposal the same way everyone else did. Helicopters overhead, a press conference we weren't invited to. By then, everything was polished, right? You had a website up, FAQ was good, the talking points were dialed. This wasn't a proposal, this was a done deal. And the city attorney affirmed it tonight. What did he say? So there's no more closed door meetings. Why? Because he already knows the outcome. He knows how you're all gonna vote, right? You kept us behind closed doors under the excuse of property negotiations. Come on. You're paying 2 to 3 times more than market value for land that doesn't require secrecy, you guys. That doesn't need to be secret. It only requires secrecy if the goal is to keep the public out, and you've done that. That's exactly what happened. No legitimate community meeting, listening sessions, as you call it, no outreach to Marydale families, no notice to the school district, and Spanish-speaking families were left out entirely until the community demanded inclusion. Now suddenly you want to rush this forward? What, we get 1 month? The public deserves to know why. Why the rush? Councilmember Kurtz, you had a lot of great questions tonight. Maybe you need some more time to make an informed decision, don't you think? If this project is truly meant to serve the community, then the community shouldn't learn about it from a press conference, you guys. We deserve notice. Give us a little notice. Give us the transparency. We deserve honesty. Let us be a part of the solution. Is that not fair? Pause the vote. Open this process. Let the public fully in. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alicia, and I am here in limbo, actually, because on one hand, I want to be here and be a positive, shining community member that wants to help support and also show a different way of stigmatism that sometimes is given towards those that are unhoused, because I was unhoused in San Rafael. But on the other hand, I am very disappointed, and I feel like embarrassed for a lot of the individuals that are sitting in the audience behind me, because I would have expected a little bit more of respect, considering we're all adults And unfortunately, that's not what I saw here. And had this meeting been held at the sanctioned camp, you would have seen nothing but respect and dignity shown and given. So here's the thing. People want to say, no, not now, not here. I understand your frustration. I understand nobody likes secrecy. Totally. At the same time, why the rush? Because 80 is the number of people whose names that I read 2 years ago of my friends that I personally know that have died from being unhoused. 80. That's in 1 year. So if you want to know why the rush, because any more time gone where people are unhoused and untreated is negligence. And it's chaos and it's the breakdown of a society. Knock it off.
I see that there isn't a line. Is there anyone else that would like to say something before I close the public comment? Okay, not seeing anyone. I'm going to close the public comment. And we have been publicly commenting and listening since 8 o'clock. So we are going to take a 10-minute recess so we can stand up, get some water, have a bio break. And I know staff will use that time to respond to some of the concerns and questions that they heard. And the council can also take that time. So we'll reconvene if that clock is correct, at 10
To be
after
clear,
10.
Mayor Kate.
I'm sorry, yeah.
We'll be using that time to confer amongst ourselves and prepare our responses. And when you resume the meeting, we will be.
Is that not what I said? I'm sorry.
I think you may have created an inference that we'd be engaging in dialogue with people now. We're not doing that.
No, that you're going to answer the questions that you heard from the public. Okay.
After we have a chance to prepare our answers.
Recess for 10 minutes.
If you turn it the other way, then it will narrow up.
Okay. Thank you. Let me look at staff. Are we rolling again? So that went a little bit longer, but I know that staff needed a little bit more time. So thank you all for socializing among yourselves why staff was able to convene. So I will turn it over to our city manager to respond to some of the questions we heard.
Sure, Mayor Kate, just to clarify what we'll do here in responding, there's questions and there's some points of clarification. So we're going to start with the city attorney, and then the city clerk will clarify about the Public Records Act. We'll come back to Daniel Cooperman, who I want to introduce, who's our Community Services Division Director, who oversees our homelessness programs. And then I'll make a few points of clarification to close us out. So I'm going to turn it over to the city attorney.
Thank you. I just have a couple of items that came up during the public comment. First comment by Greg Andrews that I wanted to respond to, where he mentioned that the owner had signed the agreement already. And I believe that happened on Thursday, following staff's continuing negotiation of an agreement that would then be proposed here tonight. A real estate contract is not binding until both parties sign. So the fact of one party's signature does not create a binding agreement. With regard to closed session and reporting out of closed session, and this responds to Kim, I'm sorry I didn't get the last name, at Rafael Meadows, who spoke right after Greg. and some comments by other public speakers. There, as I mentioned during my comments on the prior item, there were closed sessions that were conducted regarding 350 Marydale. If an agreement had been reached in closed session, then there would have been reportable action. And when the mayor asked me after those meetings whether there was reportable action, I would have said yes. The council voted and agreed to a real estate contract. That did not happen in any of the closed sessions, and therefore there was no reportable action out of any of those closed sessions. So that's my comment on closed session reportable action or lack of reportable action. There were some comments about public records that the city clerk's going to respond to. Responding to Mr. Mason, who regrettably chose to use the word lied in reference to me. I did not lie about anything, nor would I. I think he may have been confused regarding the discussion about the Brown Act and the court's order made on Friday setting an injunction hearing for the 24th. The 2 points are not mutually exclusive. Both of them are true at the same time. The court made an order setting a hearing for the 24th, and the council's adoption of the resolution on the first item prior to this item means under the Brown Act that the case is to be dismissed. That is what the statute says. And again, that resolution was the one that the attorney representing Mr. Dickinson and the other plaintiffs requested that the city adopt, as the council already did on the prior action. There was also a question from Mary Ellen Mullen Fong, and if I didn't get the name right, I apologize, regarding a transcript and some statements made about our office that I am certain now, having checked with my staff and the city clerk, were inaccurate. And so I'm going to invite the city clerk to respond to that as well. I have nothing further out of the public comment, but I'm here if questions arise.
Thank you, Mayor Kate, members of the City Council. My name is Lindsay Lara. I'm the city clerk. And one of the things that our office manages is all of the public records requests that we receive from community if they're interested in receiving documents, correspondence, emails, anything regarding any topic at the city of Centerville. So there's 2 questions that came in. The first was the trickling of responses when we receive a Public Records Act request. We provide responsive records either immediately at 10 days, or if it's a large production of public records, then we will respond on a rolling basis. So we'll release batches every 2 weeks. The public records request in question is a voluminous Public Records Act request, and so we are releasing them in rolling batches. We've released our first batch a few days ago, I believe on the 14th, and we will do so every 2 weeks until that Public Records Act is complete. Our office will continue to obviously work on getting these records out diligently. We always do. We have a staff person dedicated to managing all of our Public Records Act requests, and they respond and work on this all day long. And it's a priority to get these records redacted and making sure that everything is releasable that is in fact responsive. Additionally, we have a public portal where all Public Records Act requests are online, and specifically with the request in question for 350 Marydale, all of the records that we are producing to members of the public are available online. So every 2 weeks you can check online, and all emails, documents, any records related to this project will be released as we are going through them. Additionally, I just want to kind of talk a little bit as an opportunity to discuss the Public Records Act requests and some of the increases our office has received over the last 4 years. We've seen a huge uptick since 2020 with 132 requests for the whole year in 2020. 2021, we had 150 requests. 2022, we had 168 requests. 2023, we had 185 requests. 2024, we had only 300 requests, which I say only because this year we were already at 445 requests. So in the last 30 days alone, we received 60 new Public Records Act requests. We are required by law to respond within 10 days. So we can't dedicate all of that one staff person's time to the one Public Records Act request, or we would not be in compliance with the Public Records Act.
May I just suggest, Lindsay, that when you say 445 Public Record Act requests, individual requests, how many actual records that implicates, because people might think, oh, that means 445 documents, but it's more than that. And I think you should explain.
Yes, thank you for clarifying. We might get a request where there's 10 documents that are responsive to the single request. We might get another request that has 10,000 documents that are responsive to the request. We may have a request that has, 7,000 emails to review, and we review every single one of those emails, and there may only be 700 of those emails that are actually responsive to the request, but our staff is required to review every single one of those emails and documents before we release them to the community. Thank you for that clarifying question. Additionally, there was a second California Public Records Act question with the transcript. I did just go look at our system. Again, everything is available on our website. And that request was received, and at the 10-day, we did request an extension for 14 days, which is permissible per the California Public Records Act. And then 4 days later, we've located the documents and released them. Unrelated to a phone call from the court reporter, we just located the documents and released them in compliance with our normal process. So what I can say is our team is actively and constantly working on California Public Records Act responses. It's kind of our bread and butter and what most people really don't love and what our office really, really loves. So we're happy to help in any way. If there's community members that have questions about our process or when their documents will be released, they can always contact us at city.clerk@cityofcenterfell.org, and we're happy to help. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Daniel Cooperman, here to answer one of the questions that came up frequently and then clarify 2 points. So the question that came up frequently was what happened to those who don't request substance abuse treatment at our sanctioned camping area or at the potential project at 350 Marydale. What I first want to say is substance abuse has no limits. It affects people in from all walks of life. So I think just to acknowledge that I have people in my life who've suffered from it. I'm sure many other folks in the audience have similar experiences. So it is something that affects a very large group of folks within this country. That being said, we do follow a housing first model here, which prioritizes housing over preconditions such as sobriety or overcoming other barriers that folks might have. So that's really it. We work with folks to develop individualized case management plans where they identify their goals, and we truly, with the case management team, try to meet people where they are at to get them on their path to recovery. So that's the quick answer. The other thing I wanted to clarify is that staff spoke to 26 businesses in the immediate surrounding area. So that is every business that is within, walking distance of Marydale. The feedback was certainly mixed. Some were pro, some were con, just like you heard today. There's a mix of folks. And then lastly, we did distribute bilingual flyers. I know the Spanish-speaking community was mentioned a few times today. We did have Spanish-speaking flyers. We clearly did not hit every single house in the Meadows or the surrounding area. Thank you. But again, we were out there walking in the rain. I just want to say, oh, thank you. Community service is a department. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll wrap it up with there. We did do that's okay.
Let's let the staff respond to the comments that they heard. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to make a few clarifying points and just to finish up to what Daniel was saying. Lynn Murphy, who was here presenting earlier, who does speak Spanish, was out talking with some folks out there as well. And just wanted to note that our webinar on the 28th of October and the community meeting on the November 6th, we had simultaneous interpretation for Spanish speakers as well at those meetings, and we'll continue to do so. There was some concerns about traffic, so I wanted to address that in a couple of different ways. Most of our unhoused individuals typically don't own their own vehicles, so they will not be parking cars on site, or they will not be coming in and out of the interim shelter site. And when we do the preliminary site design, we would have the city's traffic engineer come out and assess to make sure that the moving around the site, that there isn't traffic impact. So we would that would be part of that analysis. So I wanted to speak to the question or the comment about us using this as a police station, I want to clarify that the police substation is kind of like a loose term at Northgate for right now. For example, we call it a police substation. Really what it is that the Northgate Mall, there's a small area that the Northgate has allowed the police officers to use as kind of some office space when they need to go write reports or they need to, on their breaks so that they have a presence in North San Rafael. So what the property at Marydale would, the opportunity that would create is Northgate is going away. We're no longer able to use that space. So it'll allow the homelessness outreach team, which is a sergeant and an officer and a Lynn Murphy, our homelessness outreach coordinator, to be able to be on site and use that office space inside that building as kind of like a home base, which would mean their presence would be in that neighborhood more often. So that's the intention of having more police presence up there and around the site. Also, just wanted to clarify that the site selection criteria, we did present them in the presentation tonight. I know there was a lot of slides and a lot of material. I wanted to ask John to share his screen briefly so everyone knows where they can find these and he can show them as well. So we do have the 20 sites that are listed on the city's website. Can you just show how to navigate to those, John? Because there's a lot of content on that website. So it's on the 350 Marydale specific page.
Then over here at frequently asked questions.
Yeah. So it's under the FAQ section. So if you'd like, we could go over the site criteria again because it was mentioned a couple of times. Would you mind, John, pulling up that slide briefly and speaking to that, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
One moment.
All right. Oh, no, I just lost it.
While he gets it back up, I will mention one of the things about a couple of the lots, including the Menzies lot across the street, is the surface. That lot is, well, one, it's quite small, but it's also sloped. And the cost is fairly cost prohibitive to figure out a way to like level up that whole thing. And there's no utilities there. And so there's a lot of reasons that site criteria, for example, didn't make any sense from a financial standpoint.
Correct. So, looking at the criteria, site suitability, flat topography is definitely one of the things we were looking for. Minimum lot sizes, so it was going to be large enough to, accommodate a program worth the effort of pulling together, as well as a future affordable housing project. Access to utilities, again, needed for the interim shelter, but then also future affordable housing. Accessibility, again, proximity to public transportation, walking distance to services, and then environmental constraints. I'm in the middle of giving it.
Thank you. Mr. Dickinson, you've had your opportunity. Please let staff finish their responses.
And then ownership and control. So, publicly owned land is definitely something that we had preferred to do, but, ultimately as a built out city and the jurisdictions that are within the city, there isn't a whole lot of that would be available. The willingness of private owners to lease or sell, as well as zoning and general plan consistency, all of these things we were able to achieve with the Marydale site. And then operational feasibility. So, site security and management logistics, and then the cost of the site, the cost to prepare the site, and then the ongoing operation. So these were the main criteria that the City Council had identified in that January 2023 study session, and then has kind of guided the city's efforts as we searched for a site for the better part of the last 2 years.
And Mayor Kate, I'll just close by saying those 20 sites, in particular the private property sites, staff spent an inordinate amount of time talking to property owners and agents and brokers and really trying to find a location that is suitable. It was an extensive search. I just want to assure you that the amount of time and energy went into that was not, it wasn't just a casual, quick, hey, could we do that at your site. We spent a lot of time with folks trying to make it work in a different location.
Thank you. Those are all the clarifications and comments that staff wanted to provide. Okay, any additional questions by the council? Any additional questions? No, so I will turn to each of us to make some deliberations and comments. Councilmember Kurtz, would you start?
Sure, happy to start. Thank you to staff, thank you to the community. That was a lot. It's been a lot. So one of the letters we received, and we received a lot of letters, both for and against, and read all of them, posed the question, is this being done for the community or to the community? And I've thought a lot about that question. It's a question born of real frustration, and it deserves an honest response. When something feels sudden, especially something this significant, it can absolutely seem like it's being done to you. But I see it differently. San Rafael has always taken responsibility for those who need help, especially those who cannot advocate for themselves. That's who we are. I've worked on homelessness for nearly 20 years. Here's a photo. I don't think anyone here is still here. Here's a photo of my boys who are now 26 and 23, marching up B Street to urge our elected officials. I'm not sure if even you were on it, long before I was on the county, long before I was on the council, to address homelessness. Although this feels sudden, this work didn't appear overnight. We've been pushing towards solutions, this type of solution, for years. And many of those sites that were listed on that sheet were ones that I put forward to the staff to say, is there any way we can make this happen? And it's hard. The first thing we have to do is have the opportunity to own the property. Everyone involved, city staff, service providers, partners, is genuinely trying to do the right thing. And I know the community is too. And while criticism comes with public service, that's our job, being called negligent or deceitful in this case is simply misplaced. As long as people sleep outside, especially on a night like tonight, or maybe even last night within a very cold night like tonight, I will advocate for what is right and humane. After years of searching and working closely with the county and state, this is the site that can safely support cabins, services, and eventually permanent housing. I truly believe it is the location that can bring people out of the doorways and streets and into stability. And I want to be candid. I am tired of hearing, I support helping the homeless, but that but is how we ended up helping no one while the suffering continues. On December 10th, there will be another memorial service for those lives who've been lost due to homelessness this year. The number just keeps growing. My goal is not to impose something on your neighborhood. It's to bring order, services, and oversight to people who are currently living unsheltered. You should be proud to live in a community that cares. This project aims to help some of the most vulnerable people in our city, people sleeping in tents, cars, or along the creek. We started this evening talking about that point in time count that starts at 5 in the morning, and I go with Lynn Murphy, and we go around the neighborhoods, and we go around and we count. I cannot accept that as normal. If we can offer a bed, warmth, stability, and a path forward, then we must. Compassion and accountability can coexist, as well as working with the community, and we can hold both truths all at once. I know this has caused stress, so much anger and disappointment for some. I'm sorry the way this has landed. Our intention has never been to offend or make anyone feel like your rights have been taken away. Our commitment is to create stability, safety, and dignity for those moving inside and for the broader community. Lastly, I also want to address some of the language used publicly about our homeless neighbors. It has shocked and saddened me. I think about what our children hear, not just our policy debates or the news, but our tone. I want to model empathy and dignity and responsibility, even when it's uncomfortable.
So back to the question, this is not being done to the community. It isn't even being done for the community. And although it may feel like it's not being done with the community, it is really based and rooted in humanity, guided by safety and driven by our shared responsibility to care for one another. We can debate this, we can disagree, but at the end of the day, we are talking about where people sleep, eat, and try to rebuild their lives. If we pause, we are at risk of more people dying on the street. That isn't okay, and I can't let that happen. I believe we can come together around solutions grounded in compassion. That is the example I want to set. We need beds, no more boulders. We need solutions, not delays or lawsuits. This project is about doing what's right, not what's easy. I'm not going to model avoidance or cruelty. I'm going to model responsibility and humanity. San Rafael doesn't walk away from hard problems. We step up. We put our funding and on decisions behind our values. We take care of the people who live here, housed or unhoused. After years of work, this is a site that is physically feasible, financially viable, and designed to transition people indoors and eventually into permanent housing. It is the ideal location, not because it's politically convenient, but because it's the one that meets the requirements for safety and success. We want the Marydale interim shelter cabins to work for everyone, and we are committed to working with you. From lessons learned from many similar programs and our own experience rooted in the data, it will guide our commitment to you. I believe we can move forward and continue to work with the community. We have a commitment of 24/7 on-site staff, security presence, case managers and behavioral health support, strict guest and behavior rules, good sanitation and property management, direct line of communication with neighbors, and more. We have people's lives on the line. We have to act now, and we are committed to its success. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Yoranz Gulati. Wait, excuse me. Please. Thank you. Councilmember Yoranz Gulati is going to make her comments.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate all of you. The staff have done like an incredible amount of work, so thank you so much, our partners. I'm so grateful, not just for this project, but everything that we are accomplishing lately. I mean, I think it's remarkable. And the community, I appreciate the opportunity for everybody to speak respectfully and really share the different opinions. I know it's not easy. I live in District 1. In District 1, we have Jonathan's Place. We have Casa Canal in 3301. I have talked to residents of the 3301 Kerner, and they are all so happy. And is District 1, we also have Mahone Creek, the encampment, and we have Anderson Drive. So I know what it is to, to live there, to have my kids going to our public schools and seeing people living in the streets like it's something normal. It is not something normal, and I think it's a fail to our community. So it's really challenging to find the perfect place. This year, when I went to Cal Cities, is the conference for all the cities in California. I talked to a couple of projects that they use tiny houses, and it works. They have tiny houses for single people, they have tiny houses for families, and it's stability. So I know that this is probably not what many neighbors want to hear, that this is coming next to them. I think our commitment, and I know that our staff will be working with the community on the details. This is the first step just to approve the purchase, but it's the details, how it's going to work with the community, how we involve people that they are unhoused and now they are going to go into tiny houses with the residential community. I think it could be a great opportunity. In San Rafael, what I love about it, I moved here in 98. The city has changed a lot. We are growing, and my kids are also 23 and 25, and they don't have, a place for the young people to be. We don't have a place for seniors to live. So there is a huge housing crisis, and you see the crisis reflected in people that they are living in the streets, not just here, but I will say like around the world. So I think it's something, what can we do locally? I've been considering everything that you have brought tonight and also your letters, and I don't see any different outcome in delaying the project. So I'm actually eager to move forward with this project and being able to have the tiny houses available as soon as possible so people can move there and, not being in the streets. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Bushy.
Thank you. And thanks everyone for coming out and giving us your feedback and being a part of this process. I think Lynn Murphy, as often she does, set the right tone and described what we were trying to do when she talked about an upward spiral through Maslow's hierarchy of needs. That's what we're trying to make here. And we have a proven track record of doing this. We didn't wake up one day and say, well, we really want to be as experts in this field, but the San Rafael staff has. We went through the surface support area, the one that was under the freeway. We've been through Mahone Creek. We know that this creates the upward spiral. It works. It is not quick. It is not easy. And wow, it is not cheap, but it works. And the process that we went through to find this site and bring it forward is an integral step in creating that upward spiral. Unfortunately, I think we got a little bit off track in our process and in how we rolled this out. I was really surprised when I met with a group of residents, many of you who are here, to get the feedback that the event, the listening session that we had at the JCC was not well received, and people did not want us to duplicate that. And so that's feedback, that's solid feedback, and we've heard a lot of feedback about the sequence of the press conference and and the neighborhood being informed. So while I support absolutely moving forward with the resolutions tonight, I think we need to take a harder look and have a commitment to go the extra mile on our upcoming process with the neighbors, because this is where we're going to talk about the operational details, what entrance we're going to come in, the traffic issues, but all of those issues. And that's where we most need the input from the neighbors, particularly the businesses and that need to have traffic access, and all of these practical day-to-day issues that we're going to need input on. And I think we need to really put the reaching in outreach and get as much input as we can in a way that, in a format that lands well with the neighbors, because our formatting hasn't landed well. And so I think we can improve that, get the good impact, get operational agreements and specifications that work for the neighborhood and meet the neighborhood's needs. And at the same time, provide this very important service that our unhoused residents need in our community. So I support moving forward with the very long list of resolutions that are before us.
Thank you. And I'll just add my comments. So again, appreciate all of you coming out, and I really do appreciate this. I know it seems really weird if you've never done that before, but I think it did enable the room to feel less intimidating to folks. I mean, public speaking's hard, regardless of how you're feeling about an issue, whether you're impassioned or you just want to weigh in. So thank you. I felt that almost everybody was incredibly respectful. And in addition to tonight, we've been receiving inputs. You've heard the council mention this, staff has mentioned this. We've been receiving emails. The listening session didn't sound like it landed well from what the vice mayor said. I was able to hear a lot of really good information that night. Some of the things I heard was about misinformation out there. So I really appreciate the people that had showed up and asked curiosity and questions to get the actual the information that was then translated into FOQ. So tonight, I was listening for three different things. So one, because that's what this project's about. One is affordable workforce housing. That's the end goal of this project. That is what's going to outlast all of us in this room once it is built. I wanted to listen to how did people feel about programs and support for homeless? And then finally, the location. Those were the three things I was listening for, and I took lots of notes as people were speaking. So the affordable workforce housing generally seemed that people were very supportive. We need more housing. I think everyone would probably nod their head that that is an appropriate use of the site. I didn't hear anyone saying that was not the right site. And of course, as was talked about with staff, when that all happens and that unfolds, there is a lot more to be done before there is a project that people can give specific input to. So affordable workforce housing, we know that's not just a San Rafael need, a Marin County need. The next was interim tiny homes as a solution and as part of program initiatives to help folks that are unhoused. Again, I heard across the room, yes, 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 this is great. So we agree. I heard us all agreeing that that was an important step to help people move from an unhoused situation, get them more stable, and possibly move towards permanent supportive housing. There was mass agreement. I heard many folks who are in Rafael Meadows specifically say, I support this approach. I support working with the unhoused folks. I support what Lynn Murphy is doing. And then it gets to the location. And I think one of my colleagues talked about the but. And I will 100% own that I would redo the approach and my excitement of sharing a vision, a possibility for what we could be doing here in San Rafael. I understand it was received as blindsided. I own that. In my exuberance and my belief that this vision could be transformative for San Rafael and for the state of California, I was exuberant and I was insensitive. I own that, and I apologize, and I have learned. And yeah, you don't have a perfect mayor, and you knew that beforehand, and you definitely know it now. So I own that. And so let's talk about the location. And what I heard, and I know that there was the acronym NIMBY used, and I actually am not going to use that acronym because I think that it's demeaning, and it actually takes, there's no way to have a dialogue if people are using those acronyms. So I'm going to put that aside. And what I was listening for is what were the concerns behind and I have quotes. Several of you were very clear saying, we don't want this here, just so you know, and I was writing that down, so I heard that very clearly. But what was it that you didn't want? And what were you reacting to? And it was fear. And we're concerned, and that fear is legitimate, and I am not gonna minimize or tell you that you don't have a fear. I would never say that. So when people stand here and say, I'm afraid for my grandchild, I'm afraid for my mother, I know that you truly feel that fear. I want you to know that I know that. We know that. And so it comes down to, so what do we do with that? Are we just going to put something that's mismanaged? We're going to put something out there and say, okay, well, good luck. No, we're actually going to use best practices. And we are not, this belief that we're doing something novel here, and yes, in some ways we are, because at the end of it, there's an affordable housing project, but we're not doing something novel here. Look at 1250 South Alicio. Go Google when you get home tonight, South Alicio neighborhood opposition. Literally the letters and the process, it was exactly similar to the fear that I was hearing tonight. Same with Casa Buena, and Casa Buena is the one that's in Corte Madera. Gilead House in Novato, which is for homeless mothers. Very similar. And I admit, I did not help the situation by being, I already apologize. So I understand where that was not helpful. And I also understand that the neighborhood opposition is not unique to this project. And I also understand that if you go talk to those folks, kind of building what the vice mayor has said, I want all those neighbors that were in saying some of the same things that I heard from Rafael Meadow neighbors in those public hearings. I want everybody to get in the room and say, I want you to talk to them, not to us. You've already been very clear that you don't trust anything that we're going to say. So maybe if you're talking to those neighbors, you'll be trusting what they've said. And what they have said is that the fears that they were so sure was going to happen have not been realized because the site, facilities have been managed well. So when we look at the operations here, and I think it is so incredibly important that the community continue to weigh on the operations. We did not go deep on the good neighbor policy. We did not go deep tonight on the code of conduct, and I've been assured by the staff, those are opportunities. Not sure how you're going to do the format, so we'd like some input on that, but December and January, because it comes down to the operations. If we were all go home tonight and say, and imagine that this site was so well managed that these fears would never be realized, that there's surety and the conviction that the neighbors have that those things will happen. What if that surety and conviction was that it would not happen, right? So that is what we're striving for. And we are learning all this together, and it is super messy, you know? And as I said, I have learned a lot. You have helped me understand my beliefs and values, both as a mayor and as a person, and helping our community to manifest those values. It wasn't done as elegantly or as well as I would have hoped in this moment, but we are at a precipice for doing something tonight and then the County of Marin tomorrow that I truly believe can be changing, not just here in Marin, but in California, because I believe in standing up with the tools that we have in the moment that we have. So I do want to close by saying, I hear your anger. I hear your concern and I hear your fear, and I don't ever take any of that lightly and I don't dismiss it. So the comments I made tonight was in full realization of both your humanity as well as the humanity of the unhoused folks. I can hold both of those truths. So, wow, that came out a little bit more preachy than I meant to, but I got really excited, so I apologize for that. We do have many resolutions.
I'll kick
I
it
think
off.
we're ready.
All right. I move that we adopt the resolution declaring a shelter crisis in San Rafael pursuant to California Government Code Section 8698 et sec.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Eden Scolati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. Next item, please.
Recommended action, waive further reading of the urgency ordinance, refer to it by title only, and adopt the urgency ordinance.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Eden Scolati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. The city clerk could please read the title of the ordinance.
An urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Rafael adopting reasonable local standards and procedures for homeless shelters pursuant to Government Code Sections 8698 et sec, CEQA determination, not a project per Government Code Section 65660B, 65662, CEQA Guideline 15378B2, 4, 5. Alternatively, exempt pursuant to CEQA Guidelines 15061, B3, Common Sense 15269, C, Emergency.
I request a motion on this item.
Okay, I'll move to introduce the ordinance, waive further reading, and refer it to it by title only.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Eden Scolati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. Madam City Clerk, if you could read the title of the ordinance.
An uncodified ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Rafael adopting reasonable local standards and procedures for homeless shelters pursuant to Government Code Sections 8698 et sec, CEQA determination, not a project per Government Code Section 65660B, 65662, CEQA Guideline 15378B2, 4, 5. Alternatively exempt pursuant to CEQA Guidelines 15061B3, Common Sense, 15269C, Emergency.
Thank you. A motion on the next item, please.
I guess it's my turn. I move that we adopt the resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a grant agreement between the city and the County of Marin in the amount of $8 million and an affordable housing agreement in a form to be approved by the city attorney to facilitate the acquisition of real property located at 350 Marydale Road, APNs 1794127 and 179042128, for use as an interim shelter and permanent affordable housing, and to accept the full amount of the grant and appropriate $7 million to cover costs related to the acquisition.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yadens Gulati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0.
I have 11.
Final motion, please.
Adopt the resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a purchase and sale agreement in the amount of 6.7 million plus associated costs, a certificate of acceptance, and other documents, bless you, necessary to complete the purchase of the real property located at 350 Marydale, and to execute a professional services agreement with Cornish and Care Commercial, DBA Newmark, in the amount not to exceed $201,000 for real estate brokerage services rendered to the city for the city's purchase of 350 Marydale, APNs 1794127 and 179042128.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yadens Gulati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 4-0. We've concluded the agenda portion of our evening, but we always have open time for public expression. This is any comments from the public that was not on tonight's agenda. Do you have anything that you would like to share? Not seeing anyone. This meeting is adjourned. I'm sorry. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. She was walking. I thought you were leaving. Wait, I'm going to unadjourn so she can make a comment. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, so I wanted to make sure that you're aware of a dangerous condition on Marydale Road. I get up very early in the morning when it's still dark to get to work. And if you can visualize, please, the on-ramp going southbound on Marin, there's a couple of crossings there where people cross to get to the bus pad that goes south on 101. I cannot see them. When it's raining, you cannot see them. There is a street lamp a little bit away from it, but it's shading by a tree where people are walking. We really need better white lighting. And by the way, I did mention earlier, but we have a real problem with non-continuous, very narrow sidewalks all the way on Marydale that need attention. They need to be brought up to snuff. We have a lot of, high density housing and people that actually use the bus. And I fear every time I'm trying to cross through that I'm going to hit somebody because he cannot see. So please make sure that that's being addressed for the safety of everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
And in finality, I'd like to thank you for installing the new seats. Over the years, the old seats were really hard to sit in for 3 hours.
Thank you. Any other comments? Not seeing any. This meeting is adjourned.